and log on to menti.com. I request all of you again to kindly occupy the seats in the front and log on to menti.com. As the quiz is getting set up, let me tell you that we have an amazing round of sessions lined up for today as well, which will begin with a interesting showcase Kabaddi match, a high voltage match that will be presented by our students from the Sports for Change Special Initiative. Okay, so the quiz is up. The code I already see responses coming in. Great. The code, for those who cannot see the code from there, is 66125148. 66125148. And the question is, which village is the winner of PRA activity that was conducted yesterday? Which is the village? I have 31, 35 responses till now. Some are saying Wembar, some are saying Kapal Dodi. Okay, keep going. 64 responses so far. Have all of you been able to log on to menti.com? Can we have a show of hands? A shout out? Great. Okay, we'll wait for 100 responses. 79. All right. So people were attentive yesterday and know who the winner was. An interesting PRA exercise that we conducted and the presentations made by each of the villages, of which Kapal Dodi stood the winner of the exercise. Can we have a big round of applause for the village? Thank you. Can we please move on to the next question? Who was the jury member amongst these people of the PRA exercise that was conducted yesterday? Again, a question related to the PRA exercise. Vice President? Right, I have 75 responses, and a lot of you telling us that it was Ms. Ruchi Sadhana, Vice President, HCLTech Corporate Finance, who was the jury member of the PRA exercise yesterday. Great. All right, let's move on to the next question quickly. Right. So we had an amazing festivity night yesterday, the Shame PFC. And in that evening, which was the band from HCLTech, the in-house HCL band that performed the dance yesterday? Was it the John Brito group, the Dance for Dance group, or was it the Happy Feet group? Did you all like the performances yesterday though? I can't hear you. Yes, no? You did, right? So can we put our hands together for the entire HCL Techies, their team, for bringing out such amazing performances in such short notice for all of us? And the correct answer, of course, is the Happy Feet group that performed the dance yesterday. Thank you. Can we move on to the next question? All right. There was another senior leader who began the Shame PFC with an amazing shairi, poetry, along with a guitar. Who was he? Was it Mr. Puneet Khatri? Was it Mr. Vineet Tandon? Or was it Simi? Who did the poetry yesterday? I think people are waiting for most people to vote for one and then start, putting that as the answer. Is that what is happening? I think so. But yeah, clever work. Good for you. Great. So it was indeed Mr. Vineet Tandon who performed amazing shairi for all of us on telling us a little bit about change and following the theme of partnering for change. All right, that brings me to my last question, is it? Yes, that is the last question indeed. What is the theme of PFC? And here you cannot see the responses of other participants. It's an open-ended question. You have to write it.
Hello.
Okay, someone said village. Village, collaboration and celebration, extending horizons, scaling impact, expanding horizons, scaling impact. Which one is it? Partnerships, expanding horizons, partnering for change. Who is confident enough to stand up and just give out the answer for all of us loudly? Anyone from the participants? Nobody? Not confident enough? Do you not have the agenda copies in your hands? What is the correct answer, Ishita? Can you help us? So it is indeed expanding horizons, scaling impact. Can we have a big round of applause for the entire team who has planned this 3-day event for all of you, decided the theme, put together so many sessions, and here we have the students warming up for match. Can we have a big round of applause for the students, please? As the students warm up for the showcase match, can we please have the recap video from yesterday's sessions? All right. So warming up on the mat are the under 17 boys team from our Sports for Change initiative. These students train on a daily basis at the Iteda Sports Complex, developed by HCL Foundation and inaugurated a couple of years ago. These students practice there on a day-to-day basis and have brought laurels to HCL Foundation and Sports Village Foundation, which trains them throughout the year. We have the recap video from yesterday. Can I have all of your attention on the screens, please? Huge round of applause for all your participation, all the sessions that happened yesterday, starting from the PRA exercise to interactive sessions that continued through the day. Thank you all for participating with a lot of energy in the sessions yesterday. Keeping up with the energy, we are now beginning the match, the Kabaddi match, the showcase match that we have on the mats of the ground today. But before we go for that, can I request Dr. Arvind, if you are around, to kindly come near the stage? Dr. Arvind, if you are amongst the audience, please come near the stage. Thank you. All eyes on the mat, please. Can we all make some noise and cheer the team performing the match for us today? All right. So the teams for today are HCL Foundation team and Janta Junior College. The ones on my right is the HCL Foundation team. On my left is the Janta College team. Those at the back who are not able to see the match can also come in front to see the match. May I request Manu to kindly help the audience with what is happening on the match for the uninitiated on the sport of Kabaddi.
Thank you, Piyush. So, the raider has entered the opponent's court to raid with the objective of touching an athlete and coming back. So, इनका मेन काम ये है छू के वापस आना और सक्सेसफुली दो लोग तो लेके बाहर आ गए हैं. तो 2 पॉइंट टीम ऑन द लेफ्ट को मिले हैं. सक्सेसफुल रेड के बाद अब टीम ऑन द राइट रेड करना शुरू कर चुकी है. प्रयास है उनका किसी एक खिलाड़ी को एटलीस्ट टच करके वापस आए. और ये बाहर नहीं अपने कोर्ट में सक्सेसफुली जा पाए वापस, और लेकिन एक बोनस पॉइंट लेके गए हैं अपनी टीम के लिए. बोनस पॉइंट तब मिलता है जब 3 से ज्यादा खिलाड़ी हों, और बहुत आसानी से एक पॉइंट लेके अपनी टीम को में वापस आते हुए. अब इनको जो सेकंड टेपिंग वाली लाइन है उसको अगर क्रॉस कर लेते हैं सक्सेसफुली, एक पैर उधर रख देते हैं तो बोनस पॉइंट के हकदार हैं. और ये हो गए हैं, बट पकड़ लिए गए हैं तो वापस नहीं जा पाए हैं, लेकिन बोनस लेके गए हैं और फुल टीम आउट हो गई है तो 3 पॉइंट मिले हैं दूसरी टीम को. दोनों ही टीम जो है वो HCL फाउंडेशन द्वारा ट्रेंड है, और ये काफी आसानी से 2 पॉइंट और लेके वापस गए हैं. 3 पॉइंट.
Can we all keep cheering for both the teams, please?
जो लेफ्ट हैंड साइड वाली टीम है ये इटेडा में प्रैक्टिस करती है डेली, और इटेडा एक स्पोर्ट्स कॉम्प्लेक्स है गौतम बुद्ध नगर में जो HCL फाउंडेशन द्वारा बनाया गया है, और जहां सभी गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के बच्चे आके प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. और राइट हैंड साइड आराम से टो टच करके पॉइंट लेके वापस जा रहा है रेडर.
As Manu mentioned, along with all other sporting activities that happens at the Iteda Sports Complex, made by HCL Foundation, these teams too practice on a daily basis at the Iteda Sports Complex at Noida.
बहुत ही पावरफुल रेडर है ये। एक पॉइंट लेके वापस जाते हुए एक खिलाड़ी अपनी टीम में बढ़ाते हुए आराम से वापस आते हुए कप्तान बाहर हो गए हैं टीम से। और स्टार रेडर भी बाहर हो गए हैं। और सुपर टैकल था, क्योंकि 3 ही खिलाड़ी थे और टैकल सक्सेसफुल था। बहुत अच्छा होल्ड। रेडर आउट होते हुए नाइनटीन 9 का स्कोर है। HCL इटेडा की टीम जीत रही है जनता इंटर कॉलेज से। और ये एंकल होल्ड बहुत बढ़िया एंकल होल्ड। सुपर टैकल फिर से। आखिरी 4 मिनट बचे हैं। जनता इंटर कॉलेज को रिस्क ज्यादा लेने होंगे। बहुत बढ़िया एंकल होल्ड फिर से जनता इंटर कॉलेज वापसी करते हुए। सेकेंड हाफ होता हुआ।
Manu, can you also tell us which team is in the lead?
The team on my right.
Yeah, that's the Janta Inter College.
That's Iteda now after the switch.
Okay.
The left one is now Janta Inter College.
Okay.
So 12 on the left hand side, which is the Janta Inter College. 19 on the right hand side, which is the Iteda. इटेडा के रेडर प्रयास करते हुए एम्प्टी रेड करी है।
जी इधर आ रहे हो काफी।
दोबारा एम्प्टी रेड। और पकड़ लिए गए। बहुत बढ़िया टैकल। जनता इंटर कॉलेज लीड कम करते हुए आखिरी के 3 मिनट। एम्प्टी रेड करते हुए इटेडा स्ट्रैटेजी यूज कर रही है टाइम वेस्ट करने का, अपनी लीड को मेंटेन करने का। दो टच बहुत बढ़िया। 1 पॉइंट की और डेफिसिट कम हुई। सिर्फ 5 पॉइंट की लीड बची है, जिसमें से एक और कम हो चुका है। सिर्फ 4 पॉइंट की लीड। और ऑल आउट कर दिया है जनता इंटर कॉलेज ने डेडा को। तो 3 पॉइंट लेके ऑलमोस्ट बराबरी पे आ चुके हैं। 1 पॉइंट इटेडा लेते हुए। टू 18 से इटेडा लीड कर रही है। 4 पॉइंट का सिर्फ गैप है। अच्छा प्रयास था सौरभ कप्तान का, पर जनता इंटर कॉलेज टीम तैयार थी। एक 2 पॉइंट का गेम है अब। बहुत बढ़िया डॉज किया है और 1 पॉइंट ले गए हैं। लास्ट मिनट, दर्शकों से थोड़ा हौसला चाहेंगे बच्चे, और टैकल कर दिया गया है।
Last 1 minute of the match.
और एज एक्सपेक्टेड इटेडा समय का सही उपयोग करते हुए अपनी लीड को मेंटेन करने के लिए पूरा टाइम ले रहा है। रेडर आउट, लाइन क्रॉस कर दीजिए। बहुत ही अच्छा कमबैक था जनता इंटर कॉलेज का। फाइनल स्कोर 23 एंड फॉर जनता इंटर कॉलेज एंड 24 फॉर इटेडा। तो 1 पॉइंट से इटेडा जीती है।
What an amazing display of courage, discipline, mutual respect by the both teams. May I please request Mr. Simon John, England, esteemed board member of HCL Foundation, and Ms. Simi Suri, Associate Director, HCL Foundation, to kindly join the team for a group picture.
Requesting Dr. Nidhi to please also join.
Can we keep the round of applause going on for our esteemed dignitaries? Along with Mr. Simon, Dr. Nidhi Pundir and Ms. Simisuri, we also have leadership of our NGOs, partner NGOs.
A lot of the students that you saw today have already been part of the Uttar Pradesh state team and have played at national level competitions and already playing at district, state, national competitions. So very happy to also share that the Dabang Delhi youth competition that was held last year, this team won 25,000 rupees in that competition. Both the teams, in fact, both the teams participated. जोरदार तालियां एक बार फिर इस यंग कबड्डी प्लेयर्स के लिए।
All right. We now move on to the sessions that are lined up for today. But before we do that, can I request the console team to kindly show us the snippets of the preparatory activities that the team have been painstakingly undertaking over the last 2.5 days. Can we have the behind the scenes video, please? As the teams exit the court, can we have a big round of applause for the teams again for putting up an amazing show and energizing all of us for the day. Wish you the greetings of the season, the festival of Uttarayan, a festival that marks the sun's northward transit, signifying the end of winter and the onset of prosperity. I wish you all, on behalf of HCL Foundation, a very happy Makar Sankranti, happy Pongal, happy Bihu, happy Lohri. Wishing all the prosperity for HCL Foundation, for all the communities connected with HCL Foundation, for all the NGO partners that are present here. Wishing you all a very happy Makar Sankranti. Can we have a huge round of applause wishing each other this festival? Can we have a huge round of applause for all the artisans who have toiled so hard to get all those kits that you have received and made it possible for this day that we have all those kits with us. Big round of applause for all the artisans connected with the My E-Heart special initiative by HCL Foundation. Before we move on to the sessions, can I request all the HCL Foundation staff to kindly guide all the participants for the day to move closer to the stage, all these seats to be occupied in the front. Can we also have the mudas and the chairs in the village out in the ground? And can we please change the seating for the day today? I request HCL Foundation staff to kindly coordinate the change in the seating. As we do that, I would like to introduce the speakers for today as we start the session on mental health, a very important session titled Mind Matters, Navigating Mental Health and Embracing Self-Care. For this session, we have amazing speakers with us. We have Dr. B.A. Arvind, who is an additional professor in the Department of Epidemiology at the Center for Public Health at NIMHANS, Bangalore. He holds an MBBS degree from MS Ramaiah Medical College and a postgraduate diploma in epidemiology from Public Health Foundation for India. His research focuses on urban mental health, youth mental health, and alcohol and public health. Dr. Arvind has been involved in numerous research projects, including the Bangalore Urban Mental Health Initiative and the Kolar Youth Health and Behavior Surveillance Program. Can we have Dr. Arvind on the stage, please? Along with him, we have beloved Dr. Chetna, my dear colleague and friend, who is the business lead health at HCL Foundation. She has over 11 years of experience in the space of development sector. Can we have both? Over to you. Thank you. Can you please be seated, both of you? That's okay. Yeah, up to you. Yeah. Slightly. Yeah, okay.
Just give them. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Just giving an example, my session was supposed to be yesterday, and it suddenly got shifted to today. And that caused a lot of stress to me. तो आज ना सुबह मैं बहुत हड़बड़ी में थी. My roommate knows how anxious I was feeling. So these kind of micro stressors in our life cause a lot of issues to us, which when they are just one might not seem big, but when there are multiple things happening like this, it makes us lose our usual routine and all. So we will be discussing a little more about this, and Dr. Arvind will also tell you about the TOS tool which NIMHANS has developed. Scientifically, it has been proven to be effective and used in a lot of publications, and we seek your support for using it further among the NGO staff.
Thank you. Happy Pongal, happy Makara Sankranti to all. When they asked me to talk about on mind matters and self-care, I was a bit concerned how this will fit into this audience. I didn't want it to be an academic session, but more or less it traverses in that direction. So I was a bit concerned. But fortunately, from day one, there has been talk going on work-life balance. From day one, there has been talk going on work stress. And yesterday also, one of the village in their participatory rural appraisal spoke explicitly about work stress. So I think that's very fortunate for me, which has set the ground for today's talk. Also, I was concerned yesterday evening when the topic was scheduled, the crowd was so dispersed. And I was worried how would I attract this crowd and make a meaningful presentation out of this. But fortunately for that also, the program got rescheduled, and today morning we are here. Thanks to Kabaddi that we are more organized, and I can see all the crowds sitting here with focused attention. With this, I have been asked to keep my presentation for 10 to 15 minutes. So I'll focus exclusively on my tools that we have developed, and I will also focus one key technique that we follow for managing the work stress. So with this, I think I'll be able to complete my session in 10 to 15 minutes. So happy for the organizers. So without much delay, I would like to go on to the tool that we have developed. This tool is called as Tool to Assess Work Stress, TOS-16, developed exclusively by Center for Public Health in National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore. Proud to say that this is first of its kind tool in India, not because we don't have any other tool to assess work stress, but because this was more Indianized, taking into consideration the stressor, the stress, and the physical impact of the stress on an individual. We do have several tools globally developed by Western world, but slightly difficult or challenging to contextualize to the Indian setup, looking at the Indian industry. So with that background in mind, we started working on this tool, and slowly we have developed this particular tool. This tool has been systematically developed. It has been scientifically validated. So it actually measures what it's supposed to measure, and we can have a correct and a true result with this tool. There are three different components in this particular tool. One is we look at the stressors. So on one side, we have a lot of stressors in workplaces, like work-life imbalance is one. Demand, what do you say it called as long working hours. Span of control, not being able to have a good span of control. Multitasking is another stressor. And work reward for the work that one has done. So there are several stressors that were available. So we critically underwent through all of those stressors, and we specifically chose certain stressors which are very, very relevant for the Indian context. So based on that experience, we have developed 16 items. Basically, we call this tool as the TOS-16, Tool to Assess Work Stress 16, because we only have 16 questionnaires. And those 16 questions determine or reflect the various stressors that is present. So what do we ask is, first, are you facing work stressors? Are you exposed to work stressors? So that's the first question that we basically ask. So here, if you see on the left side, we have questions like, I experience time and deadline pressures due to heavy workload. I am required to multitask regularly and perform different roles, often leaving me unclear of my exact role in the organization. So like this, we have selected the 16 questionnaires. So first, when a person says that he is exposed to stressor, most of the tools say he is having work stress. But that's not true. I may be doing multitasking, but if I'm able to manage it, there's no harm in it. I may be doing long working hours. If I'm able to manage it, there's nothing wrong in it. So stress comes when a person is not able to manage that. So that's when we go on to the next part. There is stressor, we first ask that. Then we ask if that stressor is causing stress to you. So that's where our tool gets differentiated from many other tools that are available in the academic world, scientific world, and in the market. So first we look at stressor. Based on that, we ask whether that stressor is causing stress to you. Suppose if he says, yes, I am stressed because of that, then we move on to next slide. Next slide. Yeah. So once he says that he is having stress, then we go on to assess whether that stress is affecting his physical health. So mental health and physical health are closely correlated or linked. So based on that, we ask the common stress symptoms which are present and elicit that response from the individuals, recording on a graded scale. So once we record this information, again, our tools differs from other tools in this context. Like once we record information, we will be able to categorize the individual. So what is that categorization that we are following? Next slide. Next. Next. Next.
Go to the PPT. Okay. Sorry about that. Just give us a minute. Those of you who want to use the TOS tool, we have a QR code available in each of the villages. You can scan it and find out your score. We didn't want to capture it within the foundation. That's why we have given you an option. You can calculate your score. 16 questions is all that is there in that. And you can score it, and you can find out what is the level of stress, and sir will also explain about the interventions that are needed. So basically we want you to understand that this is a validated tool which can be used very easily to assess the stress in past 6 months.
So once these questions are asked, then we try to categorize the individual. So this is the color-coded chart that we have specifically developed for task tool. Either an individual or an organization can use this. Any individual who is falling in the red category needs immediate counseling and further support for managing work stress. Any individual who is falling within the orange category also needs support, but the intensity will vary. For example, a person in the red category may definitely need counseling, may need a shift in his work job or work role. So that's the impact of this particular tool. And anybody who is falling in the green category needs to be regularly followed up because he is either having no stress or mild stress. Regularly followed up in the sense periodic examination. So most important is individual following in yellow and red category. We have been successfully using this tool across many organizations across India. Recently, we also conducted a large-scale study for a multinational company. Our experience says that around 15 to 20% of the people have some work stress, and 5 to 10% of the people have severe work stress. That number might seems very small, but if you look at an organization like, for example, 1,000 or 2,000, it comes to 50 to 100 individuals who are actually having severe stress. So that's a significant number for us, not the percentage. So this tool has been very, very useful for us to assess work stress, quantify work stress, categorize work stress, and also suggest the action that needs to be taken based on the assessment that we have undertaken. So this is about the tool that we have developed. So coming on to just a small tip for how to manage our work stress. We conduct this work stress training for 3 hours. We also conduct this training for 3 days. We also can conduct this training for 1 week. So given this 30 minutes time, how do I just convey that some of these informations? But based on our experience, what we have identified is we have conducted several hundreds of training. At the end of training, when we take feedback from the participants, one key learning that they say that has come out of this particular training is boundary management. So I also personally follow boundary management, and I feel I'm really benefited by following this boundary management. Some of the organizations who are participating here also have undergone the training from NIMANS, so they might also know this. I don't know how beneficial it was for them, but for me and for the hundreds of participants that we have reached through our training in NIMANS, we have found boundary management to be a key and effective strategy to manage work stress. Next. 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 That's all. This is the last slide that I'm going for my presentation. So boundary management. So it's an, imaginary boundary that we can have in our mental frame. So it's not a rigid boundary like the compound walls of this campus. So it's not a boundary like that. It's an imaginary boundary in my mind. So what are the different components of boundary? Time, role, task, territory, and feelings boundary. Let's say if I apply that boundary to me, so time boundary. So what's the time boundary that I have? The session was given 15 minutes, so it started at around 10:05, 10:10. So I have a time limit for around 10:30 or 10:20 or so. So this is my time boundary that I'm having. In this time boundary, what is my role? My role is, before standing onto the stage, my role was an audience in this program. My role was audience, but after coming onto the stage, my role is now a speaker. So I am a speaker now. So I have to assume that role, not assume an audience role. If you extrapolate that in your life, when you come out of your home, get into workplace, you are not an husband, you are not a father, you are not a son, you are an employee for the organization. So that's the mindset or the thought that we should have. So that fixes so many other things. Now what is a task boundary? So here, time 10:10 to 10:20. Role is a speaker. My task is to talk about stress. So what is task tool and stress? So I am speaking about that. So that's my task. Now can I have some other task? Of course, yes. If I lose my role, that if I start behaving as an audience, or if I start behaving as some ex-person but not as a speaker, my task automatically changes. If I'm an audience, some phone call comes from a home, I'll just start attending to it because I have that freedom there to do so. But as a speaker here, I can't attend that call. So the the role determines what task are you going to do. So therefore, my task is strictly on being a speaker. Your task is to be an obedient audience. So, and I appreciate for all of you being an obedient audience and giving all the ears to my presentation. Now, what is the territory boundary here? The territory boundary is this place where we are sitting. If you are working, the office space is my territory. If I am at home, my home is my territory. So different time periods in the day, different role, different tasks, and the territory also shifts like that. Why this is important is, nowadays work has changed. The moment we get up in the morning, we go to the restroom, smartphones are there with us, mails are being checked. So the restroom gets converted to an office space. Then from home, I travel in the car, I keep checking, use my laptop to work. So the car is getting converted to workspace. So yeah, territory is now workspace as all pervasive. The time you get up and the time you go to sleep, the whole territory is workspace. So what you do is you rule out different roles. If you're there at home, you have a different role: father, son, mother, okay, whatever it is. So if we take a employee role, we are working. So we're not concentrating. So that's why small activities that were supposed to happen, small self-care things that we were supposed to do, all gets built up, mixed. When it gets mixed, it becomes like a bel puri. It's tasty, but sometimes it's mix of everything. So how do we manage it? It's very difficult to do that. And finally, feeling boundary. Okay, feeling boundary, the best example would be, let's say, today I checked out in the hotel. Let's say I had an argument with the manager there for some issue. So there I was a guest to the hotel, my boundary was hotel, and my task was my role was a guest in the hotel. My feeling was, because of the argument that went to there, I'm angry. Okay, so that's my feeling. But here, can I carry that feeling onto the stage? Can I carry that feeling when I'm an audience here? No, I can't. let's say what happens if I carry that feeling here. If I carry that feeling here, my thought will be on how should I have shouted at that particular person. If I go back now, how do I talk to him? How do I shout at him, scold him? Then my focus on the presentation will go off. That means my task, the outcome of my work is getting diluted. So therefore, we need to have a strict boundary for the feelings. Home, your father, so that feeling is different. So you can't carry that same feeling to the work. Okay, I had a nice discussion with the wife at home, hot night discussion. The feeling can't be carried to the workplace. So we have to drop that feeling there and then come to this workplace. So this is all about stress management. Suppose if we follow all of these things, definitely we will be able to manage our work efficiently. Personal affairs, family affairs, everything can be managed very efficiently and will be free of stress. So immediately the question will come. Already the questions would have been going on in your minds. How it is possible to behave like that? How is it possible to have a strict boundary and work on that? Of course, it is difficult, but if you follow 50 to 60% of this boundary management, I think definitely you will be able to achieve good work performance, manage your work stress, and manage work-life balance also excellently well. So this has been my experience because I just follow 50 to 60% of this. Because yesterday when I was on audience, I did my office work, I attended to my family, etc., but still I was able to be participative, observe all those things, and then gain a lot of information. So what I'm trying to say is, it's not a 100% thing that needs to be followed. Follow it up as much as possible. Even 50 to 60% will definitely have an excellent outcome on your work. So the last message is, work stress is not an employee's responsibility alone. Work stress is like two sides of a coin. So the employer also has a major role. So the stressors that we identified are not managed by employee. So all the employers also should critically think about the work stressors, and if participatorily can work with the employees, then definitely work stress will not be a major issue. So thank for patient listening. Thank HCL Foundation and Dr. Nidhi for this opportunity. Thank you.
Yes. So the idea was to introduce you to this TOS tool now. Coming here, you can definitely get in touch with us, the health team. We will help you assess your team to check what is the stress level, and with the support of Dr. Arvind's team, we will be able to bring down the stress. As I said, it is the change in attitude and how we respond to things in our day-to-day life that can make a difference. But having said that, I have one question for you, Arvind sir. If we are in traffic, which boundary are we in?
I'm a traveler in a car, so just enjoy that moment, no? So let's not decorate too much on whether I'm an employee or a housewife. I'm just a traveler, got stuck in the traffic. Reality is it is there. So enjoy that. So why to blame it?
Bangalore traffic then.
Yeah, we have been doing it. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arvind, Dr. Chetna, for this amazing session on mental health, bringing back the focus and dispelling the taboos around mental health. Thank you so much for that very important session. May I now request Ms. Jyoti, Chief Executive cum Secretary, Ashadeep Foundation, and Dr. Pratibhan, Director FPI, to kindly come on the dais to felicitate our guests, please. In the meanwhile, can I request all the participants sitting at the back in your villages to please move forward towards the audience. I request HCL Foundation team to kindly guide all up. Can we have a huge round of applause for both our panelists? Great. Thank you so much. A group, yeah. Can we, a group picture, please? Yeah. Thank you so much. Next up, we have an amazing dialogue, a dialogue with the leaderships. I have the privilege and honor of introducing Mr. Simon John England, Chairperson ESG and Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Board Committees Member, Corporate Social Responsibility, Nomination and Remuneration. We will also have with him Dr. Nidhi Pundhir, SVP Global CSR HCLTech and Director HCL Foundation. To join the dialogue, we would also have Dr. Shiraz Wazi and Ms. Archana Tripathi from our NGO partners. Dr. Shiraz is an ecologist by training and is the president of Gorakhpur Environmental Action Group. And Ms. Archana Tripathi is the CEO of Sahas. She is an electrical engineer graduate from IIT Kanpur and has more than 20 years of experience in telecom design. Can we have all the dignitaries on the dais, please?
With Shirajji. Maybe. I will exchange myself with Shirajji. Shirajji, you can come.
Can we have a huge round of applause for our leaders from HCLTech and our NGO partners, please? Over to you, Dr. Nidhi.
Right. Thank you so much for such a beautiful morning, and what a better way to energize ourselves, none other than Kabaddi. So kudos to all our Kabaddi players, and thank you for all the NGO leaders for being on time today morning yet again, and all the team members. Marathon, isn't it, last 3 days? Well, big cheer. Hasn't it been a marathon? But we can congratulate ourselves that despite absolutely wonderful weathers, which have blessed us, and also tested us last Sunday, whether we are having this here or not. But then we always had a plan B, and that's the USP of HCL Foundation, that we do work always with a very strong, as strong plan B as plan A is. But thank you so much, and I think it's the third day now we are getting into, we've got already into it, and we are very fortunate we have Simon with us. He joined us on day 1, and he's also heading at the board level the ESG committee and also a part of the CSR committee. So maybe another round of applause that we have none other than the board level CSR committee member joining us directly. It happens very rarely in corporates, I have seen, that the board engages directly with the implementation partners. We've been doing so for last 9 years. You've seen me interact with Roshni. She comes each year. She gives us her list of expectations as well as her appreciation for each one of you. It's a much bigger team. Yesterday I said karma hai, badhta hi gaya. Karma is like caravan. Oh, yeah. So yeah, it comes from east part of the world. So that's the word. And as you can see, Simon, that's what we are. I think it's a very equal space. HCL Foundation has been always extremely inclusive, and we've always tried to be as participatory as possible. As much as we can interact, we learn. As much as we know each other, we grow. As much as we appreciate and respect each other. We travel the country. It's almost each year 22+ states are traveled by HCL Foundation team in order to have this as diverse community. I wish we really had this global, this CSR practice that is in India, the 2%. someday made global. And we're very happy to also share with you on this stage that inspired by the partnerships in India, inspired by what we've been doing through various granting and I would say giving back processes, we have been able to institutionalize a similar process at a global level with the launch of America's grant. And we took the early steps. I really don't want to make a reference to what's happening in LA. It's very, very sad, and I know the news has been hitting us quite badly over past half a week or so. But we really took early steps I think 2 years ago, on launching the first ever grant by a corporate of this size on climate action. And that is, I would say, the foresightedness of the group like HCLTech. It's very similar to India Grant. It's very similar to what we do in terms of due diligence processes here. It's very similar to the ethos of diversity and inclusion. And we already have the second edition going on right now. Applications are being invited till 30th of January. And if you have a network there, please feel free to join that group as well. We have also expanded in Europe. We have also expanded in fact, we also have CSR Spocks now in each one of the countries, 60 plus countries of HCLTech. And I also took a personal, I would say, a full trip of Australia this year, that how is it that we can engage with Aboriginal communities there on models like eHeart, on models like strengthening the artwork and artisans' work over there, as well as connecting with various sections. So we are expanding. We are really going global, but I am really happy to congratulate here the group of partners who have inspired us and the team members who continue to inspire. Before we get into the dialogue, I am requesting everybody who is busy talking to themselves amongst each other, please come forward and take a chair. Everybody, we'll count maybe till 1 to 5. And if everybody could be seated and pay attention to this dialogue. Okay? Shall we do that? Because I am still seeing a lot of us busy talking to each other. Can we come forward, please? 1. Okay. 2. We'll have a lot of time to network and talk, team. Just come closer. We are going to have questions from you very soon. We'll have a lot of time, whole of lunch break, 2 hours to network and talk. 3, thank you so much. We'll give you all a big clap. 4, and 5. Great. So, with that, let's get into a very interesting session here today morning. We have with us our esteemed partners. Shiraj ji is here, who's been, heading GAG and is known for his work across the world for his work on water. We have Archana from Sahas. Both are so qualified that it's such a pleasure for me to be sharing and with our board member this panel. And I'm going to just leave the floor for 3 of them to converse. I have 1 or 2 questions for Simon and our partners as well. But this particular session will draw our attention to most important topic of ESG, environmental aspects, the social aspects, and the governance aspects, and how CSR plays a very complementary role in achieving that agenda at a corporate level, but most importantly at a planet level, which is what we are all aiming at and which is what we are all trying to achieve together as a larger community. So let me first pass on the mic to Simon for his opening remarks, and then to both of you to start with your questions. Thank you so much.
Is this on? Yes. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Nidhi. Thank you very much to all of you for inviting me here today and to meet you all, and some of you, again, which I'm very privileged to have spent increasing amounts of time with the foundation team and many of you here seeing the incredible work and the impact that you are all having. So it's great to see some familiar faces as I walked around on Sunday evening, which was a real delight to me. You know, building on what Nidhi was saying, I joined the board of HCLTech exactly 5 years ago this week. And I was very lucky to be explained the work of the foundation, what it was doing, and to see, as I said, some of the work that is being done with all of you here today. And it absolutely blew me away. I've been lucky to have worked with some of the world's largest firms, many of their CSR programs. And what you all do and what the foundation does, frankly, knocks every other CSR program that I see in the world into the shade. This is the number one. And importantly, it's right at the heart of HCLTech. So we are very lucky, and Roshni on Sunday night, I think, made some fantastic comments. We are very lucky to have had the vision and the strategy of Mr. Nadar, and this really goes right the way through the organization and why this is so important. I think, to my mind, this is the distinguishing core value and differentiation of HCL. It is critically important to all of the employees in the organization, and it therefore means that the core values of HCLTech, the foundation, and all of you NGO partners here are perfectly aligned. We are all trying to achieve the same thing, have measurable, sustainable impact. And that is a remarkable achievement, I think. So, you can hear me a bit better now, right? Sorry, I'm being... So, you know, that is, I think, the core thing to me, and it is completely differentiating and distinguishing. And it's why I'm passionate to help the foundation, to help all of you see all the work that you're doing. In fact, I'm very fortunate this week. I'm spending the rest of this week, the next 5 or 6 days in Madhya Pradesh, seeing some of the great healthcare work that is going on there. So I'm very grateful to be able to see that. So, Nidhi, I think that's probably my opening comments, and I can build on and expand on any of that as is helpful.
Team, you can again be very happy and applause for yourself. Simon just said that use the word number one, and we had a Bollywood theme yesterday, Simon, introducing our flagship programs, and that's a very, that's a vocabulary used quite a bit in Hindi, that when you are number one. So thank you so much, Simon, for that. And let me then open the floor for questions that Shiraji and Archana have for you. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Nidhi ji, and let me welcome Simon on behalf of the family of HCL Foundation, the larger family of HCL Foundation. And I heard that you are a newcomer in the board, so very welcome from all of us. We have met in Sorka briefly, and I was listening to your questions and the queries which you had there, and was keen to talk to you sometime. Fortunately, we got this opportunity of a formal dialogue. And working with the environment, and especially on the rejuvenation of water bodies, platform meetings are like rejuvenating ourselves. And this provides an opportunity for all of us to interact, dialogue, and even dialoguing with the board members. So this is the opportunity for us to talk to you. Thanks HCL Foundation for organizing this. One of the things actually which I wanted to ask you, Simon, is that environment is an issue globally as well as at India level, in different parts of, in different villages even. And environment has various dimensions. So you being a board member, looking India and looking the environmental work in India as an outsider, but also as an insider, as a board member, how do you see what are the priorities for India which you will suggest us, the partners, to take up in the coming years, in the coming 10 years, as Nidhi was mentioning yesterday, that we have the plans for the 10 years, next 10 years. So what are the priorities we should see with your eyes, how the environment in India should look like and what the partners of HCL Foundation should do? I mean, any broad ideas on that will be good for us to know.
So it's a tricky question in many ways, and I'm not going to give an easy answer, because I think from what I see of the work that you're all doing, I think you understand a lot of the priorities, short, medium, and long term. I think, and again, one of the distinguishing characteristics of the work that you all do with the foundation is to deliver long-term solutions, which I think, again, is distinguishing and important. I think on the environmental issues, we are surrounded by them. We see them in every country, in every part of the planet, every single day. So I think, to my mind, what I see here is some of the tools, the techniques, the initiatives, the innovation that you are creating here. One of the important roles for me is actually to help export and tell the story of what you are all doing around the world. Because in many ways, I think the work that you're doing here is world leading. I was at a dinner at Oxford University about 3 or 4 months ago now. And I was very privileged. I was sitting next to a guy, the ex-chief executive of Unilever, who many of you will know because of his work with the United Nations on the SDGs that are just behind you on the boxes here, a guy called Paul Polman. And I was explaining to Paul about the work of the foundation and the work that you all do together. And he was absolutely blown away by what you're doing. So a bit of a long answer, I'm afraid, and I haven't answered it clearly on the priorities. But I think you know what they are, and I think you are being innovative and creative. I'd like to help you educate the rest of the world about the fantastic work that you are doing here, I think.
Very well said. And in fact, I was we have been thinking that the kind of holistic work which HCL Foundation works on the environment, because the environment has various dimensions, but the holistic nature of the work, that actually makes it unique. And at the international forums, we always mention and share the experiences of environmental activities which we do with, like, for example, rejuvenation of water bodies, creating a live system as an ecosystem, natural ecosystem. So those are the things actually which the world wants to know. And these are the opportunities where we can share it at different forums like Adaptive Research Alliance and various other forums. So very well taken that suggestion. And one more question, I cannot resist if you allow me for one more question. That, your background is also on the technology. And we are sitting in HCL Foundation, HCL Technology, in the premises of the HCL, which is known as a pioneering institution in terms of technology. You have a background of technology, and we are working on environment. How do you see that synergy of how technology can be used for scaling up the work which we are doing, and kind of disseminating the information in the digital world to the larger masses of the larger people, especially the less privileged communities like small and marginal farmers, women farmers, and so on. So, any thoughts on that?
It's a fabulous question, so thank you for it. I think, the foundation of this, or the core of this, I think is the approach that the foundation and all of you here apply anyway, which is measurability, scalability, and sustainability. Starting from that, I think that aligns incredibly well with the wider agenda of the HCLTech organisation. I think there is immense opportunity for innovation, I think a lot of which you already do. I think HCLTech and the Foundation has an enormous amount to learn from all of you and to innovate and explore new ideas with all of you. Vice versa, I think the ability to leverage what HCLTech can do, be that data, analytics, measurement, drones, we're being buzzed by drones, etc. There's an enormous opportunity here, and we need to continue. And this, frankly, is where I see my role as a board member supporting Nidhi and the team and all of you to ensure the very, very close cooperation and coordination between the wider technology firm and capability and all the organizations that work together here. And there's a real passion, and many of you have seen this, there is a real passion from HCLTech employees to work with all of you. And if anything, I think it's already happening, but I think we could multiply that. And the multiplier factor here, if we can leverage what we all have together, is, I think, incredible. So it's a great question. Thank you for asking it. We need to do the utmost to leverage that together, I think.
Yeah. Thanks, Simon. I have a question that I've been grappling with for a long time, and I think most of the NGOs who are here also would be thinking of that. And when yesterday we saw the entire breadth of HCL Foundation's programs, we had an hour-long session, all the leads came and presented, and at the end of it, Nidhi said, we have breadth, we also need depth. And that is something which, as NGOs, we also struggle. And luckily, through the HCL grant, we were able to scale. We had pilots, we were going deep, but we could get some amount of breadth and scale because of the grant. But that question of, how much do we grow? Do we focus on depth? Based on your experience, what would be your advice to NGOs like us, small to mid, coming up? What should we take care of as we grow? Yeah.
So another great question and great point. Again, this has stood out to me as to one of the differentiators again, as to how you will work together with the foundation. The foundation has been very focused. And that's important because I think a lot of CSR programs get too diverse, too broad, but too shallow. And this is where I think all of you here add that incredible expertise and depth. So I would always advise, start deep. You have to be expert. You have to be local. You have to have the best. Then work on how you measure and scale that. And I think that's right at the heart of the mission for the foundation. So I would always go deep first and then scale.
I'm just kind of budging in. I think that's a big question that most of our NGO partners face, Simon, that there's this always, kind of between scale and depth, because there's a question of second line leadership, board level constitution, board level governance, and we've been walking the path for almost 10 years with many, and now even we face that challenge that while our experience of working with the senior most had been extremely I would say inspiring, because they've been leaders by themselves, but then they struggle actually to get and we can have a direct conversation, I think, here, because it's a closed community. But then what would be your advice as a member of the board here? How can NGOs who are always struggling for resources, there's talent search a problem, What is it that they can do to really have a strong legacy and a second line? I mean, any advice that you can give from the global parlance or in your capacity as a board member?
So, and again, it links both points to a certain extent here. I think there is a synergy here. This is when we were having a conversation earlier. This is where the foundation in HCLTech can add some of that ability to scale. It can provide the funding, it can provide the expertise, but it can help provide the governance and some of the things that you might not all be experts on, but you can make great use of without diluting your depth and expertise. I think then, Nidhi, to your point, the same question I ask the whole time, whenever I'm seeing any of the work that you're all doing, I always come away saying, how can we do more? How can we scale faster? So I share that same passion and probably frustration that you all naturally do as well. So we're all aligned on this, okay? The important thing is we don't dilute the excellence. So we need to keep working together. And I think this is where creating the models that can then be leveraged, creating the language that you and the team use, Nidhi, about the source code, creating that source code, the templates, the processes, the tools for others, open sourcing it so that others, it doesn't matter who it is, it doesn't matter if it's other corporations. We want everybody to be able to take the work that we are all doing together and to export it and to persuade as many people as possible to apply it. And if possible, I will try to help you, and I will certainly encourage people to do that as much as possible.
Just one follow-up question to that, as the focus on depth and excellence. So one of the things we are seeing is we all work on our sector-specific themes. Like we work on waste management, there are NGOs which work on education, then there are those which work on livelihood. And one of the things that we are seeing is that these boundaries are blurring, and there are actually no boundaries. While working in waste, we come across gender, and then we have promote women drivers and women collectors, livelihood for women and men, and education, we need environment education. So these boundaries are kind of blurring. And when you want excellence in your sector, you also have to then start getting knowledge about other sectors. So as a foundation, is there any thought on how can HCL Foundation improve maybe cross-sectoral interactions, or, because each one of us can only know that much. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. And I would say, isn't it great that you are all here? Because actually, events like this are very important, because there's the formal, but more importantly is the informal, and is the connections, the networking. What an event to bring together so many NGO partners in India. And, I bet you've all been talking, I bet you've been exchanging ideas, I bet you've been building connections and relationships. That's the power of doing this, and it comes from those simple things. There are great examples in the foundation of where I think the multi-sector, the multi-dimensional approaches are working incredibly well. I haven't yet managed to get to Hardoi and see the work of Samudai, but that is a multi-dimensional, multi-sectoral solution, and with massive results. And I think, as you will all know, being able to connect and leverage, because none of these problems are one-dimensional.
Right.
So they always require multi-sector solutions in the end.
Yes. Yeah, so HCL Samudaya, I think, is a great example of, thanks.
Samudaya team, please. Is Samudaya team listening? We just had a mention that, if we are looking for larger solutions which can be scaled up, Samudaya is a great example. And Simon, we have, Yogesh, how many people? 200 339 people here. A big cheer from you we need, and the partners as well. And this was a program started by Mr. Nader himself, where, in Hardoi, we started 10 years ago looking at various solutions. And yesterday the team presented in Mogambo style the program that they've been working on: education, health, issues of environment, livelihood, skill development, all together in tandem, women empowerment, economic inclusion, and so on. And 6 million plus lives kind of get impacted one way or the other. No, I'm wrong with the data. Give me the right data. Samuday? 2.5 million is the figure which kind of exactly that we count, and we have household level records on each one of these lives being positively impacted. So that's what the panel just mentioned. And as I'll hand over to Shiraji for the next question, Simon, I just wanted to ask that we often, I think a lot of people here from especially NGO partners, they do work as ESG partners for many corporates. And there is this whole confusion in India so far ESG and CSR are concerned, that is it under ESG, and a lot of partners actually do report to the ESG heads of corporates. In HCL, we have this amazing governance where CSR has been kept independent vertical, and ESG has been kept independent vertical. What is your understanding, and how do you really see both ESG and CSR as independent and as complementing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and it's clearly still a very developing arena as well. I think it is separate, but there are incredible connections and synergies that should be exploited between the two agendas. I think the risk of having them connected is it would mean the CSR agendas can get a little bit battered and be susceptible to the ebbs and flows of the corporate world. And the great thing of having it separate, as we have with the foundation, and not allow it to be distracted by some of the confusion and changes in the wider ESG world. So, I'm fortunate to chair HCLTech's ESG and DEI committee. And, well, you would believe, but the amount of changes, compliance, regulatory requirements that are evolving around the world on ESG, it's becoming a very serious challenge. You don't all want to be battered by that. So I think in some ways it's good to have separation, but also good to be able to exploit and connect where that makes sense. So if you look, and it's great, Dr. Shiraz, to have you here, because if you look at the water recovery and the data and the amazing impact that is being had, that is very relevant when you report the impact of the wider organization. So there are important connectivities here that need to be made, but separation of purpose and strategy, I think, is critically important. Otherwise, you can get very confused. And I've seen this in other organizations, where CSR just becomes an adjunct of a corporate ESG strategy. It can ebb and flow, it can lose direction, it can lose momentum, you can change leadership, you can change focus, and I think that's deeply unhelpful, personally.
Absolutely, and thanks, Simon, for that, because one thing very critical for all the CSR professionals here to understand is that there is a merit in keeping both separate, and we've always said CSR is an outward-looking agenda where we go out to the communities, we assess the needs. We had an amazing session on PRA-based need assessment yesterday. We look at the SDGs, and I hope you are able to consolidate the learnings, how these panels have been designed one after the other, for us to take the learnings back. that it is the need of the community around us to which we belong as a corporate. But essentially, we are not that community, you know. But we belong and we definitely represent is where our CSR efforts go and benefit them, because at the end of the day, the human capital does come from there. The environmental capital, we do kind of one way or the other depend on that, but that's not the reason we do it. We do it because we need to give back, we need to achieve equality. We are all working towards the larger SDGs. But when it comes to ESG, it's a very internal agenda. It's a very, very corporate agenda, and it's also a compliance agenda in many ways. It's not a choice. It's something that we ought to be doing. It's a good thing that in HCLTech we do both very seriously. We complement each other, and water, as Simon just mentioned, is categorically one example where we are saying that we've done 80 plus billion liters of water, and there is a calculation that also makes us 30 times water positive because we have given it back to the Indian peninsula. But having said that, let me bring back the next question from Shirajji on this particular topic itself, the Water Connect and the ESG.
Yeah, thank you, Nidhi. And I mean, what I was thinking when you were talking, Simon, and Nidhi was adding to that, is that corporate CSRs are now a growing phenomenon in India. And it is very significantly contributing to various commitments of government, like NDC, for example. They're hugely contributing the whole CSR sector. I mean, if we are talking of, and we are thinking of HCL Foundation, we can see that how significantly the small work of rejuvenating water bodies, for example, or maybe Sorkha-like green areas, which are urban forests, they are contributing to the NDCs. So these small, I mean, capturing these small outputs of the work which CSOs are doing at the grassroots level, how these can be pulled together, combined together, and can contribute significantly to the national commitments. So that is also one whole area which needs a lot of work and, I mean, attention on that, the prioritization on that. So, I mean, if you have any thoughts or, I mean, any suggestions for the NGOs, how we can collectively position ourselves to having contributed to those kind of national and international commitment, that will be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, another good, a very good point, I think, of your question is I passionately believe that India leads the way, actually from a governmental point of view, in demanding that the corporations do devote significant percentages of their earnings into CSR activities. And that might sound like a simple and obvious thing to everybody here, but the rest of the world doesn't do that. And I think India genuinely is distinctive on this. I tell you, I wish our government in the UK did that. That would be a good start. So I think there's lots that the rest of the world can learn. Moving on to your point, and again, I think this is right at the heart of the approach that you all apply anyway. And distinctively, you are always trying to work with local layers of government. And I'm sure at times that is challenging, but it's important that you do, because I am sure that your various government organisations will need your help in making the real impact and delivering these programmes and making them actually happen on the ground. So my encouragement would be that partnership, working together, trying to work with the institutions to, again, back to the source code, the MOUs that we were hearing about the other day, that is critical to getting the scale. So I think you're all on the right track. It's just doing more of it.
Thank you. Just a quick check on time. I could see Piyush already giving us So let's go towards the end, and I think we can open the floor and keep your questions ready, and maybe somebody with the mic to be there if you have a question for Simon and the panel. But Simon, a very curious question in terms of, I know you have shared already that India is leading the way. We have the the 2% norm. We are also kind of looking at sustainability, the convergence part of it. But then, is there anything which we are not doing that well and you would want us to pay attention to? Your expectation as a board level, CSR committee member, where we must, and we are looking for a very honest answer, because there's always this chance for improvement. Those three things where you would really want us to pay attention and improve.
So I think, Nidhi, from the foundation point of view and from all of our NGO partners' point of view, it's genuinely really hard for me to come up with anything obvious that you drastically need to improve, because I am really genuinely overwhelmed by the clarity of the purpose, the mission, and the execution. What I would like to see, and it does link back to that previous question about the working with your local government partners, it would be nice to see the sense of urgency to be able to scale and repeat some of these programs. So I think if I could, my challenge would be probably to a public sector set of stakeholders, which is, it'd be great to see even more passion and sense of ownership and sense of urgency to be able to take and apply the good work that you are all doing together. And I know that's very easy to say and very hard to do. But that would be my encouragement, and I don't know whether there are any government officials here, so I'm at risk of getting into deep water here. But that would genuinely be my encouragement. And I've seen on some of my visits some amazing relationships that you all have and build with officials. So I would give them the encouragement to take what you all do together and just find ways of cutting through bureaucracy and rules and making this stuff happen at scale faster, I think.
Thank you for that, Simon. And do we have any questions from anyone there? Morning cold?
May I?
Everybody is very cold.
Hi.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Hello, Nidhi.
You can even come a little forward.
Yeah. I'll just do that. I am Anand from Lucknow Study Hall Educational Foundation. Thank you, Nidhi, for the invigorating discussion, and thank you, Simon, for coming down. It has been a very, we've been completely tuned into the discussion. I just had one very small question, which is some of the problems that non-profits are working with cannot be solved alone by them, and while HCL does provide a lot of support, we're too small to solve these problems. And coming from an international background and an exposure, is there a way to kind of springboard some of the stories and impact to take it on an international level to get more involvement from the international community? So if you have any suggestions or ideas.
Yeah, I mean, and again, a great question. And I'm not going to magically solve this again, but I do see a critical part of my role is helping you to export and communicate those messages. So many of you will have met my very close colleague Robin Abrahams over several years, and Robin, as you know, was passionate about this, and I would like to help carry that mantle forward as best as I can to help profile and communicate some of the work you're doing, to understand some of the challenges you have, and to see whether there are global solutions, global partners that can help. This was the heart of one of the conversations I've just had, as I said, at the Oxford University Business School. They are really impressed by the work of the foundation. They have lots of really interesting programs going on around the world, in Africa, particularly in education. They are very, very interested in trying to work together. So I think the more you can collaborate and spread the word globally, hopefully some of those challenges and problems can be tackled a little bit more pervasively. But I have enormous empathy and understand exactly the point you're saying. Great question.
There, please, Mike, if we can have the mic passed on. Yeah. It's coming. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much for this absolutely amazing session and the questions. I'm Dr. Rupali Shukla, Director from Apparel Training and Design Center. I have a question for you. We know that textile and apparel is one of the largest pollutants to the environment. And in India, typically, the governance is very low because it's largely SME sector. So we would request your insight about a training organization. How can we build up the knowledge base and reach out deeper into the industry? And if HCL is already doing some work in this area. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, a great point. Now, you're the expert, I'm not. So I suspect I'm not going to be able to answer your question particularly well. I think the one comment I would make on it, and I completely understand some of the issues, and I think it's probably not just the textile industry. There is a lot of industries where there are similar challenges. I think the core of this is going to become from and making some of these things unacceptable from the outcome. And the power and the force is going to come from youngsters going, we don't want a world like this any longer. Frankly, with us older folks, there are too many vested interests. And that's not going to work. So you have to start at the base, and it'll take a long time. But you have to make these things completely unacceptable over time and remove the incentives for continuing those practices, I think. Easy to say, very hard to do.
Thank you so much.
I can see more hands up. I can maybe take two more, given that Piyush is already signaling time.
Thank you very much, Nidhi. Good morning. I cannot reveal my identity for confidentiality clause. I am an SME who goes around and sees the work of the environment being done by...
SME is subject matter expert for everyone. Okay.
So, this is a point which I'd like to submit for your consideration being the board, and of course, probably it will strengthen Nidhi's hand too. They have been trying to enhance the grant now to create the kind of impact which we are visualizing for next 10 years. So I would probably support and expect that being the position you are, you would like to contribute your might to this particular objective. Thank you.
So I need to make sure I answer your question. So first of all, in terms of long-term impact, my view, and I hope, and again, I would always like to hear the challenge on this, is that the whole strategy and mission of the foundation is to create that measurable long-term impact. And I think it's right at the heart of what goes on. This isn't a short-term solution organization. I don't think anybody here is after short-term solutions. So I think this is set up for success and hopefully aligns with what you are just saying. You're dealing with big problems. You're tackling some of the most difficult problems. If you take the last questioner, these are hard problems to solve. You have to have a long-term mindset on this. So, yeah, we don't want quick fixes. There aren't quick fixes. I don't know if that... Good.
I'm Rajesh Kapoor from Cohesion Foundation Trust. We are working on holistic development, but with HCL Foundation, we are working in Gautam Buddha Nagar on early child care development and education. We have been talking about scaling up, and for that, and innovations, data becomes very important. And you also mentioned that evidence-based data and how HCLTech can support the partners. So what can be the concrete plans, like for HCL, there are different streams, like there is ECCT, there is health, education, but there have to be concrete plans. One can be a general guideline, but then how can there be concrete plans where partners can get supported in this data analysis and management, so that these data can be used for deepening as well as scaling up? Thank you.
So, I mean, a great point, and again, I'm passionate about this. So, you know, data, AI, Gen AI is moving very fast, a massive evolution. There is no doubt that this is an area, because a lot of what you all do and what the foundation does is measurable, is focused on the data, which is so important. I think this is an area that we need to exploit the capabilities more and more. So HCLTech is building a series of Gen AI labs around the world at the moment, massive engagement with hundreds and hundreds of big global customers worldwide. And it's really impressive as to the innovation that is going on. I'd like to see some of that being applied with Nidhi's help to the work that you're doing, because there will be some really smart, creative solutions to some of the problems that you all have as well. And I think almost we need to create the Gen AI lab for the HCL Foundation, and get some of you here, give you access to all of that, I think.
Thank you so much. I know a lot of hands up, but I also have a time signal from the stage managers. What a terrific session in the morning, 14th today, Makar Sankranti, sun rising on us, and beautiful festivities here. Thank you so much, Simon, Shiraji, and Archana for joining this. It is also a very unique panel that our partners share the stage with the board member of HCLTech. We are very blessed here as CSR team of HCLTech, as well as the larger partner fraternity. Let me thank you, Simon. And on this stage, we have discussed, we started with very grassroots issues, of course, the goal number one in terms of no poverty, ending poverty, and how all of us are engaged, and how these villages are so symbolic in the work which has come out in last 1.5 days is just a synopsis of everything that we do in urban and rural communities and tackling the environmental challenges. I think this panel has so beautifully summed up all the learnings and also, completely set the stage for the next from here to Gen I based solutions. So thank you so much, and let me once again, on behalf of everyone, say thank you to our board, to Roshni and the CSR committee, which meets us religiously every 6 months. And I'm just sharing this with all our partners and members of the team here, that CSR for sure is rupee measurable, is dollar measurable as far as we are concerned, and we ensure that there is a ROI, return on investment, reported back to the board, and we keep taking their advice. Therefore, your reporting is extremely critical and important. So don't blame your team members when they come seeking reports from you. Rather, keep your reports handy and give them, because that's how we close the feedback loop, which is so critical, and we also complement ESG. So with that, I'll hand over the stage back to Piyush, but thank you so much, Simon, Shiraji, and Archana, for such a wonderful discussion today morning.
Thank you so much. I would rather want all of you to stay back on the dais, please. May I have Ms. Jyoti Tyagarajan, founder, Meghshala Trust, also on the dais, as well as Father Andrews, Executive Director, Don Bosco, to felicitate our guest. May I please request Dr. Nidhi to felicitate Simon, please. Simon, if you can please step forward. Father Andrews, if you can felicitate Ms. Archana, please. Ms. Archana, please. And Jyoti ma'am, if you could please felicitate Dr. Siraj. And Joe and Father Andrews, a group picture please. In front, yeah. Thank you so much. I would want to hold Simon and Dr. Nidhi to be on the stage to give away the best practice awards as well. Okay. Yeah. Can we also have Mr. Rajwali and Ruchi Sadana also join us on the stage? We have both the best practice award at John's hand. Yeah. So every year during the Partner for Change event, we have all the partners submitting their best practices as well as best posters. In this edition, we had 80 plus registration and participation in the Best Practices Award. And for the best posters, we had over 100 entries that were there. So, we had a jury for the Best Practices Award, including Mr. Yogesh, Mr. Umakant, Dr. Chetna, Shashank, and Dr. Basu. Can we give a big round to the jury as well, as they did the Herculean task of reviewing over 80 plus entries. The criteria for Best Practice Award was, of course, inclusivity, innovation and technology, evidence-based scientific approach, linkage with government schemes, as well as sustainability. I now move on to the giving away of the awards. Under the ECCD category, the Early Childhood Care and Development, we have Center for Learning Resources. Can we have the team on the stage, please? Center for Learning Resources. They won the Best Practice Award under the ECCD category. May I request Simon to please hand over the award? The second category is the Education category, and the winner for the Education category is Sarvodaya Ashram. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sarvodaya Ashram as well? Can we please have them on the stage, please? Under the Environment category, the Reef Watch Marine Conservation Society wins the Best Practice Award. Can we have them also lined up near the stage? Yeah. By John. Simon, please. Under the Environment category, it is the Reef Watch Marine Conservation Society. To please hand over the award. Under the Health category, we have Eco India, winning the Best Practices Award under the Health category, Eco India. And under the Skill Development and Livelihoods vertical, we have Grace Sims Learning Foundation. Up on the dais, please. I request Dr. Nidhi to kindly hand over the awards. We have the Eco India team on the stage. I request Dr. Nidhi to please hand over the award. Under the WASH vertical, we have the Center for Development Communications Trust from Hardoi. Please keep giving them a big round of applause. Can we have the Grace Sims Learning Foundation team also on the dais? Yes. I request Simon to please hand over the award to the Grace Sims Learning Foundation team. Under WASH, it is the Center for Development Communications Trust. And last but not the least, under the sports vertical, we have Mahila Jan Adhikar Samiti. The Center for Development Communication Trust, under the WASH thematic. I request Mr. Simon to hand over the awards, please. And under the sports category, we have Mahila Janadhikar Samiti. I request Simon again to please give away the awards. All right, can I have all the winners of the Best Practices Award to kindly join for a group picture, please? Can we have a huge round of applause for all of the winners, their amazing work and the showcase that they have made. And that is what makes possible for exchange of best practices. Thank you so much, everyone, for putting up your entries for best practices, and congratulations to all the winners. I request all the dignitaries to please stay back. We have the next awards also lined up. We have the poster awards also to be given out. So again, for the posters, the impact was one of the criteria, and how it was depicted both visually with clean presentation and photographs was one of the criteria for giving out the awards. The jury to evaluate these posters include Dr. Basu Simisuri, Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Mr. Santosh, Mr. Akshay Ahuja, Mr. Mayank Chandra, Mr. Rupesh Kumar, Mr. Abhinav Pandey, and Mr. Vishwalingam. A big round of applause for all of them as well, since it becomes very, very difficult to, shortlist one or two winners under each of the category. Can we also have the jury also on the stage for both best practices as well as for best posters? Everyone, Dr. Basu, Ms. Simisuri, Yogesh Kumar, Mr. Santosh, Mr. Akshay, Mr. Mayank, everyone part of the jury, whoever is available, please, Shashank, please join us on the stage. Thank you so much for evaluating all the posters and the best practices over the last one and a half day. The posters are also displayed on the corners of the lawn. I hope all of you got an opportunity to go through them, learn from them. Thank you so much, team, for putting up that effort and putting all those posters out there. All right, let me quickly now go on to announce the winners. Are you guys excited? Who is the winner under the ECCD category? Any guesses? Mobile crutches, is it? I think the guess is right. Mobile crutches, it is. Under the ECCD category, we have Mobile Crutches Noida as the winner for the best posters. I'll keep announcing the names while they line up on the stage. Under the education category, it's Chetna at Noida and Lucknow. Can we have all of them lined up, please? Mobile Crutches team is already up. May I request Mr. Rajwalia to kindly give away the awards, please? Can we have the Chetna team receive the awards under the education category? Under the environment category, we have Animal Rescue and Rehabilitation, ARRC, Bangalore. Can I request Raj again to hand over the award for Chetna as well? Under the environment category, we have Animal Rescue and Rehabilitation, ARRC from Bengaluru. Under the health category, we have REACH from Hardoi. Can we have all the team members from REACH and ARRC on the dais, please? We have the ARRC team with us. Can I request Ms. Ruchi Sadana or Simon, both of you can give away the awards, please? Do we have the REACH team around the stage? Yes? Great. Can we? Yes, please. Ruchi and Simon, if you can please give away the awards. Under the sports category, we have Slum Soccer from Nagpur. Can we have the Slum Soccer team come up on the dais to receive the award? Under the sports category itself, we have special mention for Slumsteads as well from Chennai. Can we have Slum Soccer team on the dais? May I request Miss Ruchi Sadhana to please give away the award to the Slum Soccer team. Can we also have the Slumsteads team to come up and receive the awards? Under the WASH category, we have Population Services of India. Population Services of India team, can you please come up near the stage? Do we have the Population Services of India team? Please join us. May I request Simon to give away the award to the PSI team. Under the WASH vertical, again, we have a special mention for the Solid Waste Management Project by Center for Development and Communication Trust. Again, they were the winners for best practices as well, and they receive a special mention award under the Best Poster award as well. Can we have a huge round of applause for the team, please? Last but not the least, we have the skill development vertical. Under the skill development vertical, we have India Vision Foundation Noida as the winners of the Best Poster Award under the skill development and livelihood vertical. And another special mention to End Poverty from Hardoi. Can we have India Vision Foundation team and End Poverty team to come on the dais to receive their awards, please? No, it's a special mention for End Poverty, and the winners are India Vision Foundation. The End Poverty team is also on the stage. They are being given a special mention award under the Best Posters. May I please request Mr. Alok also to please join us on the dais for the group picture. Yes. Thank you so much. Can we have a huge round of applause for all the winners of both best practices and best posters? Since it's a huge group, can I request Prijo to please help me have the group aligned? All the winners on the front, please. Clapping and motivating the winners to do their best. All right, thanks a lot everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you all the leaders for giving away the awards. But of them, can I request Mr. Rajwali and Ms. Ruchi Sadhana to please stay back for a very, very important session on governance. I request all the participants to kindly assemble back at the lawns. We have a very, very important session on governance, and we have the dignitaries on the dais already. While the stage is getting set up, I would like to quickly introduce all to the panel. Mr. Raj Walia, Executive Vice President, HCLTech, has more than 25 years of experience and has worked previously with Bharat Electronics, Pfizer, Usha International, and Peerless. He is a commerce graduate from SRCC and FMCA from the Institute of Cost Accountants of India. Joining him on the stage is Ms. Ruchi Sadhana, Vice President, HCLTech. Ruchi heads the Corp Audit and Assurance Services Department of HCLTech, responsible for management audits and internal controls. She also heads the internal audit function for HCL Foundation, wherein she is responsible for in-house audits of HCL Foundation, along with driving NGO audits through external partner firms. Over to you, Raj and Ruchi. Thank you for taking time out from your busy schedules and addressing the NGO partners. And over to you guys. Thank you.
So hi, good morning, everybody. So I think like last year, so we don't have any presentation here, and it will be more of a discussion. And the purpose more this year is to take your feedback that how, as a team, we are able to meet your expectations. And if any challenges you are facing, which we can solve, or any help in governance you need, which we can provide you. And so as you know, basically, we are HCL Foundation actually is a trustee for HCL Technologies who are giving us funds. And purpose of that is to ensure that every single paisa of that is spent to the right cause for which money is given to us. Similarly, for HCL Foundation, you are our trustees, where we are basically giving you projects and ensure and expect a return that the money which we are giving to you is spent for the purpose for which it is being given to you. And for that, there may be a lot of requirements which we have to put in, because ultimately we have to demonstrate actually what we are saying is actually happening on the ground. So that is why a lot of documentation, everything there. You know, HCL Foundation, we have grown up now into a big organization. Like we started from a 10 crore annual expenditure, and now we are approximately very close to 300 crores. And for that, we have to have a lot of system processes in place so that to the outside world we can demonstrate, yes, the money all is going to the right process. We are following the right process in selecting NGOs, in selecting the projects, in selecting the teams, even the vendors. And so that is why you may feel there are some changes in the systems. We have recently implemented a lot of internal systems to control that and in turn help you all. So that's what, and of course some of you may be facing some difficulties because of that. But I'm telling you, if anybody is facing any issue, please do contact us so that we can help you solve that issues. Ultimately, it will help you in much wider way basically, and it will be transparent to you that where your bill is stuck, how it's moving, what all documentation are required and like that. So that is the purpose of all these changes which we are doing, and we are bringing more and more technology into this so that everything is tracked online. So we don't have anything under the table or something that where is, see right now, we are able to track each and every document which is there in the system. So that we know basically if it is a issue from our side, we can take action on that. Similarly, if we are facing issues from other side, we are also informing that this is stuck at this place and please help us in for faster closure of these issues. And Ruchi, if you can start.
Good morning, everyone. As you all know, the disbursements which are being made by HCL Foundation has a long cycle. It is being checked by your team, then you give it to HCL, then project managers check it. After that, it is verified by finance, and then finally it comes to internal audit before finance makes the payment. So it's a long cycle, but I think nowadays the disbursements are quite fast. As far as we are concerned, nothing is there in our bin. So the only request is that whenever there are any kind of queries, please ensure those queries are, resolved quickly by NGOs, your teams at your, offices, so that payments are made fast, so that money can be invested for the society as early as possible.
May I have everyone's attention, please? Everyone on the corners of the lawn, it's a very important session. Before I let the panelists speak any further, can I have all of your attention on the dais, please? Please occupy the seats in the front. Everyone having tea can please bring their teas. Everyone on the corners of the lawn, please come forward and pay attention to this very important session.
So either we will assume that everything is going very good, no issues. Yeah. And you are getting all payments in time.
As a partner Yes.
Okay, am I audible? Can we have NGO leaders, representatives of the NGOs, please occupy the front ghera and make another ghera here. Please, one. On the count of 10, 1. Pick up the mudas, please come forward because then you send me 10,000 emails and I'm not going to answer any one of them. 2. HCL Foundation team members, on the corners there, wo piche, udhar. Everybody in the village घेरा, चौपाल के पास, सब चौपाल के पास. Villages से बाहर आ जाओ, finance नहीं आएगी. चौपाल के पास आना पड़ता है ना, मिलना पड़ता है सरपंच जी से. Everybody outside the village, please. चौपाल के पास. All phone calls can be attended outside. Whoever has an important phone call, come outside the village near चौपाल. उदय, हरित, समुदाय, E-Heart, all teams, sports, all partners. थोड़ा आगे आ जाएं प्लीज, क्योंकि हम लोग वहाँ ऊपर होते हैं ना, आप लोग तो बहुत सारे लोग पैनलिस्ट्स हैं, तो आपको भी पता है कितना बुरा लगता है जब कोई सुन नहीं रहा होता. थोड़ा आगे आ जाएं. अभी हमें लग रहा था थोड़ी देर पहले जब हम बैठे थे.
Can I also request all the HCL Foundation team also?
All HCL Foundation team, because you will be answering these questions. अभी 2 महीने बचे हैं इस financial year में. उधर से भी आ जाएं, people who are on the stalls there.
Everyone in the Taluk Hut also, please.
तालुक हाट के लोग भी चौपाल पर आ जाएं और थोड़ा आगे आ जाएं. नो स्क्रीन्स पर आप लोग देख रहे थे, पर थोड़ा हमें अटेंशन चाहिए. Okay, now I'll do counting and then we will start. 1 till 5 only. Thoda fast. 2. Run. Sports team, run. 3. बैठ जाओ. बैठ जाओ. सब बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं आज. स्मार्ट लग रहे हैं, पर बैठ जाओ. 4. 5. Okay, before we open the panel again, we have with us Mr. Raj Walia, who heads the finance, and completely he and his team, Nilesh is also here. They support us with everything that we do here. So first of all, a big round of applause for finance team. आज जो यहाँ हो रहा है, this entire 2.5 days, if not them, ये होता ही नहीं. Because we had certain last moment bottlenecks. So another round of big applause for all of them. Thank you so much, Raj. Your team has been instrumental in making this happen. And to our CFO, Mr. Shiv Walia as well, of course, whose extended teams all of us we are. And Ruchi Sadhana, who is our audit lead, and her team here also in front. Thank you so much, Ruchi, despite all the mistakes we make, all the blunders we make, and you still manage, you and your team, to keep your bin light, keep clearing your audit queries. अब अगर किसी ने ध्यान से नहीं सुना ना, तो audit अटका देगा. मैं जवाब नहीं दूंगी अगले financial year के पहले. I will not answer any question. My team will not come to me. अगर उनको clarity नहीं है, वो भी पूछ ले. क्योंकि we have to already work on the next financial year budget. Budget का मामला है. ध्यान से सुने. चौपाल से सुने, okay? Now let me get the session open and bombard as many questions as well as compliments, because it's a very, very big team effort. Let's give them full attention right now in next 15-30 minutes, whatever we have. Thanks, Piyush.
So actually we don't are looking for your attention, we are looking for your attention. So you have to give us your questions, and so that is what we are more here to listen from you, so that whatever improvements or anything we need from you. And this is for all NGO partners and primarily HCL Foundation team members also, because ultimately they are front dealing with us. So I'm opening session to all of us. Anybody has any question, clarification, or any suggestion for improvement, please let us know. We will definitely consider that. So I'm very, very happy this year. At least we are doing great. Yes, yes, I think.
Good morning to everybody. This is Dr. Sarala from IHMA Bangalore. Government has introduced from October onwards that we have to have GST bills for rentals, especially when we rented out the house or the cars, when we are hiring it. So how do we show this? Because this is an important one which our accounts team wants to know.
Sorry.
Because these people do not have, for example, we have rented out the house for a creche, right? And they don't have a GST registration as such. Or a vendor, sometimes we hire a car and go, he doesn't have a GST register. And therefore, these bills are not GST bills. So in that case, how do we manage this?
So
when
I
we
think
budget.
for rent, there is a limit up to which GST is not required. And for vendors, I think, Nilesh, take mic from there.
There is a limit of GST registration of 20 lakhs. If somebody is providing services more than 20 lakhs, they need to take the registration for the GST. Coming to your point relating to the renting of paying rent for the crèche, if they are professional organization, their total rent is exceeding rupees 20 lakhs in a year, they need to take the GST registration and they need to raise a proper invoice to you so that you can make the payment along with the GST to them. So this is your answer to the first question. Hope it is fine with you. Regarding the cab charges, for organized sector, there is a other mechanism for GST charges. But when you take a Ola cab or anything, they automatically charge the GST on you, and they give a bill for that, and that should be fine. Anything else relating to the GST? Yeah, there is a separate mechanism for RCM for GST, but for that you need to have a GST registration. So HCL Foundation is not a GST registered company, so we need not to pay any RCM. You are not required to pay.
One thing I would like to say to many of the NGOs, because you deal with unorganized sector also sometimes, so if they have to issue a GST invoice, the invoice would have the GST number on face of it. So somebody is charging you GST by writing GST in the paper, in the invoice, and GST number is not there. Please don't make that payment of GST to them, because they are not going to deposit to the government. So please, whenever somebody is charging you GST, make sure it is a GST invoice. It is mentioned, the GST number is mentioned on the invoice, then only please pay that. Otherwise, they may charge you and they may not even deposit. So it would be more like a cheating.
And HCL Foundation will not reimburse you.
We will not reimburse. Audit catches all these things while making the payments when they see your vendor invoices and all, because nowadays on the sample basis we are taking the invoices. So please ensure that you are not giving GST to anyone if it is not the GST invoice.
I'm Kesipan from Rasta. Sometime auditor asked for GST running crèches for full time. Means including everything, whatever we are investing in the crèche. And other thing they said for literacy program, that not come under the exemption. So for that you need GST also. How do we deal it?
So if it is GST, you are getting the GST invoice for the, you are talking about the vendor payment?
No. Basically, हम क्रैच चला रहे हैं, तो क्रैच के लिए जो कंपनी पेमेंट कर रही है वो कहती है आपके पास जीएसटी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि क्रैच जो है वो उसमें नहीं आता एग्जम्पशन में.
If your limit exceeds 20 lakhs, then you need to take a GST registration and issue a proper invoice of GST. Because it is now become a profitable organization, it is not a trust.
Sir, as a socially conscious organization, we have to address the issue of equity also. For example, if the government, it is a concern, it is a legal concern and we have to follow it. I think we have to bow our head and follow it. But the concern here is that you see, we are not able to give any business to the small vendors who need our support to grow.
Why?
When we take equity, you see, startups cannot have, they may not have 20 lakhs and they may not be able to give GST invoice. Just because there is no GST invoice, we will not.
No. GST invoice is not a requirement. Is not a requirement of us. We are only saying, see, normally the person who is giving invoice, it is his responsibility to deposit GST. Normally, when he will raise invoice, he will charge GST on you, right? So, if you are charging GST, I will definitely pay you back. If you are not charging GST, I am fine. I am not asking you. The only issue is, if you are charging me GST on your invoice, then the invoice format has to have GST. In that, you should have a GST number, everything. But if you say for services you are paying me and you are not charging me GST, I am fine.
That means it is not mandatory that we have to pay only for a GST.
No.
No.
It is not mandatory. You
It's
can
not
you
mandatory.
can deal with the small vendors also who don't have the GST registration. You can deal with them. Their invoice will not have GST, and you will not even pay them. So that is absolutely fine. But if they are the small vendors, then in their invoice they should not charge GST if they are not registered. So they should not try to cheat you.
Yeah.
This is the only message.
Okay, thank you.
I think we are doing a good job. People hardly have any questions, Raj.
So I think, hi, my name is Mayank, and what I think that when we are taking services from a non-GST registered vendor, we have to cut their TDS as a good practice, and and also I think for audit purpose we have to take the non-GST declaration. So if that message just be clarified on audit how you expect it, that will be very helpful. And I have another question. Sometimes when we do budgeting, and for example, we are preparing for next financial year, we don't know whether the vendor we would be opting out will be having a GST or not. So when we give a holistic budget, it might have some component where 18% GST is charged. So when we do budget planning and financials, sometimes there is a lot of deviation which occurs due to this. So how can we be wary of the same, and should, when we project the budget to HCL Foundation, should we mention it separately, or how should the accounting be done? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it will be a better practice to show GST separately, so that even if there is a overrun or something, there is a very easy to approve the extension, whatever additional budget is required, right? And regarding your first question, the TDS, everything, Nilesh, if you can answer.
Yeah, related to the TDS, even if it is a GST invoice or a non-GST registered person, TDS is mandatory on all the cases. So whether he charge GST or not charge GST, you need to deduct the TDS. But when the person is charging the GST, then you need to deduct the TDS on a basic value, not on the GST.
And I think we need to educate vendors. Like sometimes small vendors, they say, okay, my TDS is deducted, I am getting less. So we had to encourage them. Now the government is so clear that they should go and file the return, so that they get the refund.
Hello.
Even HCL Foundation got TDS refund this year. So I think now it's a very, very clear, this thing. So everybody has to be more and more compliant on these things, and that is our purpose also.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Sanjeev Srivastava from Art Park, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, very young partner of HCLTech. I have something to ask you, whether HCL Foundation is allowed to donate any money without taking care of GST? Because as a Section 8 company, I think we are mandate that we have to raise the invoice, then only we can take any grant or anything. So just I want some clarification and put some light on this.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
in our cases, we are very clear. We have to reimburse the expenditure which is there, right? If my partners are basically spending TDS or GST on that, I will definitely reimburse that, right? It is not say, I will not say that I will reimburse only without GST, no. I will pay you whatever actual expenditure you guys are incurring. And even if as an organization, you are required to put GST on that, right? That also will be paid by us. And see, from our perspective, we are very clear, we want all compliances are to be met. And that is why many NGOs, we are insisting that your even labor is a major thing, where we are finding ESI, PF and everything, we are not depository for employees. And as a organization, we are very strict on that. So if we are finding any NGO or something who is not regular in ESI or PF or other employee complaints, we are definitely stopping their further engagement with them. And even new NGO, we are not even onboarding them if they are not compliant with that. So I would request all, because we want to comply with each and every regulation of the government. And in turn, we expect all our partners to follow that, and even if it is involving higher cost, we are willing to pay for that. We are not wanting you to pay minimum and save somewhere. No. Compliance is the first thing which we would like all our partners to follow.
Yeah, in addition to that, because we want all our partners to know the compliances what are required and to make sure that they are compliant NGOs. We have arranged a session also, I think last month, on PF, on all the compliances, where most of the people, I think 400 plus people attended and the invite has gone to all of you. Hope your teams have attended, or you or your teams would have attended that session. And that session was we got that from one of the consultant, the experts, and they have actually clarified what all compliances are required to be done, plus what are the penalties for if you don't comply. See, we are paying for the compliance, but please see that we are not here to make the penalty payment for you. The penalty payments may not get reimbursed. Please ensure that you are complying, because penalties are huge. If you are not depositing TDS etc. in time, it is as high as 2% per month. So please, 1.5 or 2% per month. So please ensure.
Ruchi, it is not 1.5. So penalty is huge. One, of course, your organization will be in trouble. Second, HCL may ask you to go. Very clear. There is no compromise on that.
So earlier people were giving that we are not aware of that, and for that only we arranged the awareness session. It was recorded also. You can reach out to your spokes, HCL Foundation spokes, in case you want to see that again. But please ensure that your organization is compliant with.
So guys, it is very important, and many of you who have not attended it, please talk to your concerned HCL Foundation spoke. He will help you knowing what all compliances are required to be met. It is very important for all of you. Because then tomorrow you should not come back to us and say, okay, I was not aware of this. That is not an excuse. Now at least from our side, we are basically wanting you to know, and if any help is required, please do connect us. And even through your partner who is dealing with you, you can tell us, we will again help you. That's not, we can take that session again, we can do whatever you want. But ultimately, you have to follow that, whatever is required.
I'm Rajesh Kapoor from Cohesion Foundation Trust. I don't have a question, I have a compliment. Actually, we are talking about GST. And some vendors, which we were guided by your auditors, that some vendors put fake GST number and charge. And then we were explained how to do due diligence of vendors. So we are not doing now due diligence of the vendors of HCL supporting project. We have put this practice across the organization. We do that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So this is what basically we are expecting all of you. We are even telling you, like, because you are unnecessarily paying cost to him, which is not payable. And that funds you could have utilized somewhere else. Right? So there are ways to find out whether the GST number is correct, not correct. And if you need any help, our team can again explain you how it is to be done. And I'm telling you, from our perspective, we have automated tools now. Whatever invoices you are attaching to us, we can put to our software and can find out whether the invoice is genuine or fake very easily. So please, because now most of you must be attaching invoices along with your second demand or something. And whatever invoices are generated, please ensure they are correct, because our software will find out whether it is genuine or not. And if it is found out other way, then you have to face the consequences. So please cooperate with us, because that's the whole purpose. Even I'd say as a person down the line, your person may be doing something which you are as the owner or director of that NGO may not be knowing. So that in turn basically will help you. This is what is happening. And now the technology is so fast, it can deal with all those things very, very easily.
Hello, my name is Pankaja here. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, Pankaja from Mailroll. Just wanted to know your view on the vendor empanelment process, because we keep using, like, some of our expenses are on similar line and on a regular basis, like stationery, food, and stuff like this, travel. So what are your views on that? How does HCL look at that?
So, we are expecting every organization, every NGO to have a vendor empanelment process in place. And as per the normal vendor process, which is the best practices, you should actually have 3 vendors codes. See, as an NGO head, you would also like to spend the least cost. It's not that, you would like to spend more. So you would also like to give the least cost for the best quality product. So you have to have 3 vendors, to evaluation of 3 vendors. So here, we have seen in the past, people generally, audit observations come in this area where, one vendor only we say. So please ensure that we have 3 codes, and whatever is the minimal, we should go for that.
So I think whenever you are empaneling a vendor, it depends on like how big it is. Is going to be regular, or so like your NGO, you want to deal with some vendor, right? And you say, okay, regularly I will deal with this. And so you have to ensure that the person with whom you're dealing is actually genuine. So you can check 2-3 things, whether he has a GST number or not, right? And and if he's a big vendor, you can say whether his compliances are correct or not. So all those things you can check. But I think from your perspective, you're buying, then of course GST number, everything, you should check it whether, that's all. I think once you do that, and of course what Ruchi told you, if you are comparing the prices of 1 or 2 person, you can find out who is the best. And that way you can decide, because for us, like every vendor we can do through thorough verification, everything, we can spend that money. But small organization, it may be difficult to do all this process. That you may, I think in the beginning, while deciding your vendor on a regular basis, you can select 2, 3, do that due diligence, that who is the vendor. Like even personal grocery, we know we should go to a personal store only, always we get the best price there. Similar is everywhere, all these things.
One more thing I would like to add as far as vendors are concerned is that, please ensure that there is no conflict of interest with vendor, either with the NGO trustees or even employees. So we have the mechanism or the tools to find out that also. So we have observed in the past, the NGOs are sometimes blacklisted, or that doesn't create a good impression. If we find conflict of interest is taken as a very big red flag. So if your vendor is associated with your employees or yourself, then please try to avoid, or declare that well in advance, take the proper permission from HCL Foundation that, I would like to deal only with this vendor because of this reason. So that is also something everybody should keep that in mind. It's a big concern for us.
So very important, I think I just want to reiterate that. So many times we are basically, for whatever reasons, doing business with vendors who is our very close. It may be required. We are not saying that it's not required. We might have set up, and that's the best possible this thing. So in that case, please do declare to HCL Foundation that this vendor with whom I am taking services for your project, it is a related party for me, and this is the reason why I am doing so. We don't have a problem, but problem is undeclared. And that time we can ask questions whether we can do it or not do it, how you are ensuring it is the best price. But please do declare that, because if we are finding that, then for us it is a serious issue.
Hi, good morning. I'm Ms. Smriti from Reach. Sir, I have a question related to the process of empaneling the vendor. Normally what we do, we take 3 or 4 codes from different vendors, we make a comparative, and based on the least price we select. But sometimes what happens, auditors come and say it wasn't purposive selecting of vendors. You know, 5 people to only 5 you send the RFQs. Ideally, it should have been an open RFQ, you know, open portal. Because, you know, we are implementing the project in a very block level place where we are empaneling vendors for the kirana dukan vendors for the supply of the nutrition kits. So I hope if we do the selection following our processes, auditors will not object.
Yeah, I agree. I
we,
think
we,
this.
we are absolutely fine. I don't think so any auditor would have ever come to you and said why it is not in open.
This time we are going to scale up, ma'am, so the volume will be used. That's why I asked.
Volume would be huge. I mean, you are running the NGO. You know what is the best, interest of the NGO that, you would also not like to spend something which is, over and above what is available in the market.
I know auditors will only come and check what we are wanting them to check. So if you are yourself saying that you are scaling up, obviously you want good quality and good price. And I really want to say that, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, story was very different. Today we are living in a digitally connected India where Amazons and deliveries happen on the doorstep. So every product and even the globally available products are available. So do your RFPs please in an open domain. That's my advice to all NGOs. Even if you are procuring less or big is not a big question here. Go for best what is available and make that available. Because at the end of the day, you will get stuck with those 5 vendors and their politics and monopolization and all of that. And if you're scaling up, you might as well go for an open RFP. Give yourself time. Most of the times we get stuck because of last moment purchases. Also on conflict of interest, what both Ruchi and Raj have insisted, I know a lot of you do not have a clear conflict of interest policy. We really want you to write one. We have one of HCLTech, which we are also using. It can mean many things in many contexts, but it is between the leadership and the board and how your core team understands conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is also the trivial things, that am I using, let's say, rental facilities which belong to the leadership or the employees of the organization towards the project. We got a scenario where nothing else was available in that particular place and that was the cheapest possible option. And somebody from your employees only gave that personal house to run the office or run the rental was being charged. Now this will be caught, this will catch attention of the process behind it. When you found that property to be the best in that area and you did a comparison, whether you documented it and took it to your own CEO and your board and got permission. Number 1. Step number 2, that you have to notify HCL Foundation before our auditors touch it. So you will have to make the process documentation very clear. Anything can be conflict of interest. We all know each other now. Many of us have been working in this field for 30 years. It's a small world. हम सब एक दूसरे को जानते हैं. But then, how do we really do the documentation processes behind selection of anything or before we convert cash into kind? The process has to be crystal clear and documented. That is what conflict of interest essentially means. Just to clarify.
Please.
Can you suggest some good practices around remuneration of board members for their services or time? If they're giving specialized services like conducting a workshop or consulting on specific matters. I mean, general advice and day-to-day governance is a different matter, but any best practices around that?
See, right now, unfortunately, you say 5% is the norm, right? So all this administration expenditures and everything is 5%, which maximum you can utilize for your like this will be part of administration basically which you are dealing with. But of course, if you are taking a specialized service, but that definitely cannot be taken from your board members or something. So you have a real challenge here. So if you say that I'm going to pay big amount to the board, unfortunately CSR Act does not allow that. So that is a problem here.
So any suggestions to?
Suggestion is, see, government has fixed a limit, 5%.
No, I'm not talking about the admin expenditure. Say, for example, a board member is a subject matter expert on something.
So unfortunately, if he's a board member, right, you can't use him as a subject matter expert and say, I will pay you that much money to him. That will be a problem.
A lot of NGO leaders, they can answer it. Am I correct? We can raise our hands, please. How many of us have pro bono sitting board? Just raise your hands. Are we paying our board members? Should we? Maybe, Abniji, you can answer. No. Like we are invited to, of course, like some of us don't accept those positions for, again, reasons of conflict of interest. I cannot be on the CSR head and I cannot be sitting on the NGO board also. So I avoid that unless there is some very special reason which I have declared to my own employer. But then the good practice is you must have relationships where you are able to have a pro bono board for yourself. That is a good practice. So there's no sitting charge for them. You can pay for their to and fro and stay arrangement. That is okay. Under your 5%, within your 5%.
Yeah, even within 5%, even if within 5%, if you have a public charitable trust, because we have the trust also as an NGO, as a mechanism to set up an NGO. So if you have, it's there in the deed. It's very much. Yeah, of course that is within 5% and all, but it should be part of that. The remuneration should be part of the deed. If it is a public charitable trust.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, I must thank, hello, this is Bahar Baviskar from Wild CER, Nagpur. And thank you, Nidhi, for using some of the keywords that made me ask this question that was related to digital India. So I work in the remotest part of India in forest areas where I am working with the people who are not having bank accounts, they are not using phones as well. So how do you, the audit team and other members are looking at how we may face some challenges during audit process?
So you tell me what challenges you are facing with
So,
it.
for example, couple of staff, they do not have bank accounts and phone numbers, and we are transferring money to their brothers or maybe their family members or maybe long relative. I mean, they are not related to each other maybe. So they are making their own arrangements. So how
I think
being
it
taken?
may be done like not always. You can do once a time start with, but we have to insist them that if you want to be part of your program, they have to have your bank account.
Okay.
So that's very clear because now opening a bank account is not that difficult. That cannot be any excuse now. So in my idea suggestion is that you have to force them that if you want payment on this, you have to have your bank account.
Okay, okay.
Additionally, anything, it is for all NGOs. Additionally, anything paid out more than 10,000 in cash is not allowed by the government also. So please ensure that none of your payments to the vendors and all is being made for more than 10,000 in cash. It has to be by way of digital, I mean either bank or Paytm
So
or
that
something.
is for your accounts because tomorrow if your accounts, any income tax team or something reviews that, and if they are finding any expenditure in cash more than 10,000 rupees, that is disallowed.
And plus we also don't encourage, we also catch those things as a part of audit because we don't want you to non-comply because you are our partners.
We are going time. So we can have last question.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Milka from Aroha Nagpur. सर मुझे दो पार्ट में क्वेश्चन है. एक तो पहला जब हम लोग कुछ हेवी परचेसिंग करते हैं तो वी फॉलो द प्रोसीजर ऑफ 3 कोटेशंस. लेकिन कभी कभी क्या होता है कि जो सेकंड कोटेशन होता है that is quality wise it's approved by the board. So is it okay for the HCL audit? We will can do the documentation accordingly.
Yeah, that's fine.
That is fine. If
That
you have
is
the
fine.
documentation accordingly, so you are saying that two
There are
vendors or
three
three vendors you are
quotation, yeah.
comparing, but you want to go only for a specific vendor, even if rates are little higher, but the quality is better. You have a justification.
Yeah.
So please document that justification, take your approval and all. Please keep, these guys informed, HCL Spox and all informed, but you should have your own documentation before you are making the payment. It should, or before you are selecting, it should not be post facto kind of thing.
Yeah, okay. And second is we are working in environment wing also. So कभी कभी क्या होता है सर, फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हमें कुछ बाम्बू परचेस करना है तो हम लोग जब मार्केट में सर्च करते हैं तो कोई फार्मर के पास में भी होता है, बट ही डजंट हैव एनी बिलिंग प्रोसीजर एंड वो and quality and price, both the cases he is a better option, that is a better option for us. So in that case कैसे audit को face करना है?
So depending on the amount. So if you are buying in lakhs, you have to follow the procedure.
No, it's
if you are
not in
buying in
lakhs.
say 5,000, 10,000, that's fine. So you can then get it. But if you say, okay, no, 50,000 rupees, I will do that, that will not be allowed.
So what is the limit for that, sir?
So limit you have to decide, but I'm saying it can be very, very small amount.
Yeah, it's a below 50?
10,000 rupees.
Below 10,000.
I am reiterating that, and this is also for HCL Foundation team to please make note. This question should not come again in the forum. 10,000 is the cash transaction limit. Can we repeat it, please? 10,000 only. And that also should be omitted. Completely.
Ma'am, please, I'm not talking about the cash. We can pay. We are paying him by check only, but he doesn't have any letterhead or like that. So in that case,
So
how
if you
we get-
have an amount which is above this petty cash, you will have to create a process. First empower your farmer and then do the purchase.
Okay.
That's your role. As an NGO, as a community-based organization. We have to close the session. There
Yes,
is,
absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you everyone. Thanks Raj and
We'll have to close. I think there is an announcement from the stage management.
So we can take that last question.
Last
Yes.
question here.
Last question, last comment.
And Nitesh also has his hand up, but I think Nitesh will have to take
So
it over.
Nitish,
next.
I'll answer you separately.
सर आई एम केसीपन फ्रॉम रास्ता सर एक्चुअली हमने कैश बिल्कुल बंद कर दिया है तो अगर कहीं पे छोटी मोटी ज़रूरत होती है जहाँ पे उनके पास कुछ है नहीं तो हाउ डू यू पे क्या हम स्टाफ को रिएम्बर्स करके उसको
See, so that is Ruchi, see, that is a good practice, to be very frank. So limit, of course, will be 10,000 rupees. But in many places, we are not keeping, say, as an organization, HCL Technology doesn't have any cash. We don't keep any cash here. But of course, for routine things, we have to spend money in cash or something. So what we are doing as an organization, we pay advance to the employee, who is supposed to settle it through all invoices and everything. He has to follow that process. But that's the only way we are doing it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Raj, and thank you, Ruchi, for all the amazing insights that you have shared. Keeping up with the topic of the ethos of governance, we have a very quick, short video for all of us. With your permission, if we can please play that video. You can stay back on the dais. The videos can be seen on the screen for you. Console team, can we have...
इस अंधेरे में सिर्फ 20 सेकंड्स के लिए आप सोचिए कि जब आपने अपना पहला सपना देखा था कि माँ मैं बड़ा आदमी बनूंगा, बहुत बड़ा एक्टर बनूंगा, तो आपने कभी ये नहीं सोचा होगा और माँ से ये नहीं कहा होगा कि मैं एक्टर बनूंगा माँ और गरीबों को तंबाकू बेचूंगा। आप ऐसा कहते तो माँ आपको एक चांटा मार देती। या डॉक्टर बनूंगा माँ और मैं गरीबों को लूटूंगा, गलत दवाइयां देके पैसे कमाऊंगा। या माँ मैं इंजीनियर बनूंगा, रेत डालूंगा सीमेंट में और बहुत कमाई करूंगा। या माँ मैं IAS ऑफिसर बनूंगा और इतना करप्ट बनूंगा कि पूरा का पूरा देश बेच डालूंगा। आपने ऐसा कभी नहीं सोचा होगा। आज वापस उस पल पे चलते हैं जब हमने अपना पहला सपना देखा था, जो शायद हम भूल चुके हैं। चल जीरो पे चलते हैं, चल यार खुद से मिलते हैं। तू हंस के जी या रो के जी, एक उम्र तो तुझको जीना है। जो झूठ के पीछे भागे तू, हर मोड़ पे झूठ को सहना है। जब आज नहीं कल मरना है, किस बात से इतना डरना है। चल फिर खुशियों से मिलते हैं, चल यार खुद से मिलते हैं, चल वापस उस जीरो पे चलते हैं।
अरे जाने दे यार, तेरा भाषण कोई नहीं सुन रहा भाई।
अरे तो कोई बात नहीं है, दोबारा सुनाओ। रीस्टार्ट।
I think that's the one word mantra for all the governance aspects that we have seen. Let's all, as the NGO fraternity, restart and keep up with the ethos of governance. Thank you so much, all of you. Can we have Dr. Rajat and Shiraz from Bal Raksha Bharat? Dr. Rajat from Doctors for You and Shiraz Bhai from Bal Raksha Bharat to felicitate Mr. Rajwali and yes, Mr. Sharif, please. Can we have a huge round of applause? Can we also have the extended team, Nilesh, Ankit, all of you also on the stage for a group picture? Nitesh, everyone else from Raj and Ruchi's team, can we have you all on the dais, please? Divas, I see, come.
So everybody else, Amit and all the Manju, all the other team members from Finance and IA, if you can join the stage.
This is the team, all the participants. Can we have a huge round of applause under the leadership of Raj and Ruchi? This entire team supports our finance and internal audit function that helps us smooth implementation of projects on the ground and keeps our governance under check. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next up, since we are running short of time, I'll quickly announce and introduce the next session. Next session, we have a very interesting session by the GUVI team, India's premier tech-powered vernacular edtech platform, incubated by IIT Madras and IIM Ahmedabad, and a prestigious part of HCL Group that leads the way in tech upskilling in Indian and international languages. With over 3 million global learners, GUVI stands as a beacon of cutting-edge solutions in tech education. Our strategic partnership with Google for Education, AICTE, AWS, Google Cloud, IITM, Pravartak, UiPath, and NASSCOM have revolutionized global tech education, trusted by 1,000 plus enterprises across a number of use cases. GUVI aims to empower diverse learners to reach their full potential and sets the path to tech-driven excellence. From the team, we have Mr. Arun Prakash, founder and CEO GUVI, and Mr. Apurv Johri. Mr. Arun Prakash is the founder and CEO of GUVI and is a visionary entrepreneur in the Indian startup ecosystem who has been driving force behind GUVI's emergence into prominence as the edtech firm. And Mr. Apurv Johri leads the enterprise business at GUVI. And IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Madras incubated company specializing in skill development and hiring solutions. Can we have the team on the stage, please? And the audiovisual for the team. Thank you. Please give a big round of applause for the GUVI team.
So GUVI has taken a very good initiative.
I wanted to express my heartfelt gratitude for this AI hackathon.
Educating the teachers, which is really a plus for all of us. It was really helpful.
It was a great experience.
नमस्कार साथियों, मेरा नाम अपूर्व है और मैं GUVI में CSR बिजनेस लीड करता हूँ। मेरे साथ मंच पर अरुण है जो कि कंपनी के CEO हैं। सबसे पहले HCL फाउंडेशन का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हम लोगों को यहाँ इनवाइट करने के लिए और ये प्लेटफॉर्म देने के लिए. कैन वी गेट द स्लाइड्स? Right, so thank you Nidhi ma'am, thank you HCL Foundation team for inviting us. First slide. All right, अभी आपने जो एक वीडियो देखा वो हमने एक इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च किया है फ्रेशवर्क्स के साथ CSR पार्टनरशिप करके. द नेम ऑफ दैट प्रोग्राम इज AI फॉर टीचर्स, AI फॉर स्कूल टीचर्स. तो जब भी हम AI के बारे में सोचते हैं, अगर आपसे कोई बोला जाए कि एक AI इंजीनियर कैसे दिखेगा, तो सबसे पहली छवि जो आपके दिमाग में आती है वो एक ऐसे व्यक्ति की आएगी जो टेक्नोलॉजी क्षेत्र में है. यहाँ पर हमने एक ऐसा इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च किया है जिसके थ्रू हम AI, एंड दैट ब्रिंग्स अस टू द टॉपिक ऑफ टुडे, द नेक्स्ट 100 मिलियन टेक स्किलिंग इन मदर टंग. सो अगले कुछ मिनटों में हम आपको कुछ ऐसे बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग एजुकेशन फोकस्ड CSR इनिशिएटिव्स के बारे में बताना चाहेंगे जो हम कई कंपनीज के साथ पार्टनरशिप करके लॉन्च कर चुके हैं. पर इससे पहले कि मैं आपको उन इनिशिएटिव्स के बारे में बताऊं, गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. नो नॉट दिस वन. मैं आपको बहुत छोटा एक ओवरव्यू दे दूंगा गूवी के बारे में, पर इसके लिए मैं आपको 10 साल पहले लेके जाता हूं जब अरुण और उनके साथी पेपैल में काम करते थे और कम्युनिटी डिस्कशंस के बाद दे रियलाइज्ड कि भारतीयों में प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स अच्छी है. प्रॉब्लम तब आता है जब आपको अपने थॉट्स, अपने विचार इंग्लिश में आर्टिकुलेट करने पड़ते हैं. एंड विद दैट प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट इन माइंड, Arun and his team launched Goovi. The idea was कैसे मदर टंग में टेक्नोलॉजी स्किलिंग करें, और इसके लिए अरुण और उनकी टीम ने सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग और कोडिंग पढ़ाना शुरू किया यूट्यूब पे, और वो भी तमिल में. और ये 10 साल पहले उसको बफर करना पड़ता था. एंड इवन इन दोज डेज दिस इनिशिएटिव वाज सो सक्सेसफुल दैट IIT मद्रास स्पॉटेड इट. They said we want to incubate the company. 2 साल बाद IIM Ahmedabad also joined in, और करीब 2.5 साल पहले Goovi was acquired by HCL Group. So we consider Goovi as a very fortunate organization जहाँ पे हमको IIT मद्रास, IIM Ahmedabad और HCL का गाइडेंस मिला. और इन 10 सालों में we've started working with over 600, in fact 1000 enterprises and NGOs. And अभी तक हम लोगों ने 3 मिलियन लर्नर्स को हम सहायता कर चुके हैं. हमारा एम है 100 मिलियन लर्नर्स तक पहुंचना और उनकी मदद करना जिससे कि वो अपने लाइवलीहुड कर सके. सो दैट्स अ बिट अबाउट माई सेल्फ एंड द कंपनी. अरुण.
Okay, thank you Apur. Sorry and forgive me, I don't know Hindi, so I have to stick to English. With my bad English, you have to listen whatever I have to say. Okay, to give a background, I come from a place called Usulambatti, which is 500 kilometers from Madurai. To give a context, I was asking what is the reference point which I can say. Like he said, you should tell about Hardovi. It is like Hardovi from Lucknow. So that is the place I come from. But I have gone to a place where you might use Google Pay, right? Most of the people who work in Google Pay is my team members. They moved from PayPal to there. So from this end to I have to gone to that end. Okay. So I was lucky enough to do that. I'm from a typical middle class family, so there is no grade or something which I have to say. So if I can do that, so I was working in PayPal at the time. I was happily. So when I visited my college, I thought like nothing has changed in 10 years. So I want to give back to the community. So first I wanted to start an NGO like you. Okay. That was my thought process and I started it. Then I was not successful like you guys. So big round of applause for all of you who was pursuing it. Okay. So that is when I met Professor Ashok Junjunwala and we became a company and we started doing it. So with that, when I started it, I had a thought process. I mean, till date I have a question. Like people will ask me, can you teach tech in Tamil? or Hindi or, I mean, when I say Tamil, it's Tanglish or English. I am not fluent in pure Tamil as well. So if you ask me to write a paragraph, I'll get a lot of mistakes. Okay, the same goes with English as well. So, but the idea stemmed from my college days. So most of you would have also experienced like, so if you go back to your college days before the semester exam, you would have studied the entire 6 months in 6 hours. The idea is very simple. It is taught in your language by your friend in your way where you can understand. These are simple principles which happens there. The same thing is what GUVI is all about. Okay, so that is where I started GUVI. Next, yeah. So I also studied in government school. So if you are not part of the problem, you will not understand most of the time what the problem is. So when I started this, I hired a couple of IITians. They never understood why I have to teach in Tamil or Tanglish or English. Okay, because their understanding level, they are good actually in their whatever they're doing it, but there are the other side of the people who is not really ready for it. So that is where it is. So this kind of people, from here I moved to this. Okay, so the people who studied in Tamil medium or the government school is the one who get into engineering college or any arts college. So there is no actual fix which is happening in terms of skilling up themselves. Okay, so that is where we started this and we started doing this in a larger scale. Okay, so what are the things which we focus? So you saw this, I mean, to give a context, like if you ask me when I started GUVI, what is your goal? I said I want to close all the engineering colleges. Okay, that is my thoughts, I said. Then I understood that is not the right way to fix a problem. There are some, so the one way to fix a problem is to enable them so that they go and do the right skilling. Okay, so one of the activities like the school teaching the school teachers. For example, all our grandmothers are little hard with WhatsApp. Now they are used to it when they started it, correct? The same thing happens with the teachers with AI and the other stories. So the teachers are becoming the grandmothers in the AI world. So we want to enable them with the Gen AI skills or AI skills to give a, I mean, thanks to Nidhi and Simon, they touched upon the point of AI, generative AI and other things. So we want to enable every person in India so that they learn the tech in the right way and they go and create the right impact. For example, it is not just teaching. We also brought in a lot of models. I mean, we being a techie, so we are good in building AI models and other things. So I was having a conversation with TSSC, Telecom Skill Sector Council. So I was showing a model in image generation. Right now, everybody understands the image generation because of DALL-E and other things. So I was showing this 2 years back. So when I showed it, he was giving a demo to few individual merchants who was preparing the gold ornaments. They said, can it generate the latest design of jewelry using this? Because they cannot fight the titans of industry. They want design. If the design is given, they are ready to do it. So when I got this, when I understood this problem, we started sharing this with the sari making industry in Madurai. So there is a sari called Sungudi sari. So they want to have a sari which attracts the latest generation. Their design, their designers or their design was little old school, but they want to do with this. So we enabled them with AI so that they go and do it. It is not only that, for example, with IEEE wanted to teach electronics for all the kids. They have a physical kit, okay? They can't ship the kit to everywhere because it is costly and it takes the thing. So what they asked for help is like, can you build a system or a platform where I can try the simulations for the first time. If out of 100 in a class, 10 people interested, I'll bring only and give it to the 10 people so that they enable it. Because not everybody want to get into engineering. Some want to go into sports, some want to go into arts as well. So pick the 10 people and identify the 10 people and group them. And that way we did it with Nandi Foundation. We skilled around 50,000 people, 50,000 school girls in programming in South India. We did that. Okay, so that is one thing, and this is the Project Genie. This is another project which we worked with Freshworks. The Freshworks team, they wanted to enable the school teachers, and we were able to do this, and we did so for 1,000 teachers. So 1,000 teachers in government schools, they learned, not only government, both private and government schools, they learned basics of generative AI, and they were able to build the application in generative AI in 24 hours. You might have heard about hackathon for techies. This is the first time, at least in the world, we have done hackathon for school teachers in tech. So this is the first time which we are able to do it. So not only that, we do it in different languages. So what are the languages we do it? If you go and take our 100 rupees note, what are the languages is there, we are doing it. And it is not only Indian languages, we started doing in 5 international languages. French, Vietnamese, Arabic, and even Swahili. I didn't know that there is a language exists called Swahili until I started working on it. So it is an Africa-based language, Central African language. There are a lot of people using. Like that, we started doing it, and there also we use a lot of AI. So wherever we can use tech to enable you, help you out, we are happy to do it. Okay, so that is where we want to take 10 minutes of your time and then share that if you need any help in tech, we are happy to help you out wherever it is possible. That is a simple message I want to share. Thank you all. And yeah, I forgot to tell that. This is we hold 2 Guinness World Record for teaching generative AI to people. And these are the people we work with it. So most of the names are known to you. We work with it, and thank you all.
Thank you so much, team. Kudos to all your work. Thank you so much for sharing all the work that you have done with our fraternity. Thank you so much. Can I request you to please stay back on the stage? Can I have Dr. Rupali, Director, ATDC, on the stage, please? Yes. And can I also have Panji, founder, Rasta, on the dais to kindly felicitate the speakers? Please, sir. Please take center stage. These are the change makers at HCLTech, and we share with them this Changemaker Award at the hands of Dr. Rupali and Panji. Thank you so much. Can we also have a group picture of all of you together? Thank you so much. Next up, we have an important, interesting session, People at the Center of HCLTech brand, addressed by Mr. Ramchandran Sundarajan, CVP, and the Chief People Officer of HCLTech. May I please invite Mr. Ram on the stage, please? Mr. Ramchandran Sundarajan, as a Chief People Officer, leads the HCLTech's talent management agenda to support the company's strategic objectives of being the employer of choice globally. With 3 decades of HR management experience in IT service businesses across UK and India and the US, Ram has held significant roles including CVP of Human Resources at HCLTech America and European HR Director for HCLTech and other technology company. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ram? Ram, over to you. Different way, yes, absolutely.
Let me first of all welcome Ram, and let's give him a very, very big round of applause, team. I'm going to do the same thing which we did for governance session. Please move closer to the chopal, come out of your villages, and we'll do the count again because this is a very, very premium session we are getting. Ram is based out of US. He was here for our board meet, and we have taken, you can take those little umbrellas which are lying in the village and, you know, cover yourself from lovely sun, which we have been waiting for last 1 month and which has really come. And all the team members of HCL Foundation, you have the Chief People Officer directly talking to you. So come forward. I'm going to do a count of 5 again. Everybody wants to go back to their village and be seated there. But it's very, very odd for us not to see people in these chairs from the stage. So let's do that. 1, let's see some movement. Team in the villages, come forward. Samudaya team, step forward, you are the biggest. Samudaya team, all Samudaya team, occupy the chairs in front. You really need to hear all of us HCLTech Foundation CSR teams from Chief People Officer. From the Taluka, please come here, everybody from the stall. 2, Uday team. 2, Uday team. Everybody in front, please, in the chairs. I know this is how village living is, Ram. We all come to Taluka and then go back to the village. And there's screens there as well. But we really want a close interaction. Keep your questions ready for Ram. You keep asking us a lot of questions. This is the time. Occupy the front sofas, NGO leaders and leaders from HCL Foundation and anybody all over. Please occupy these sofas. Anybody from the team, NGOs, occupy the sofas. 3, HCLTech Grant Team and the partners. Everybody. Harit, 4. Let's organize ourselves flagship program wise, please. Have I missed something? Power of 1. You're here. I don't see anyone else. Power of 1. Client visit. Okay, very important. Special initiatives, everybody. Please join. Sports, everybody. Okay, the floor is yours, Ram. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Nidhi. Good afternoon, everybody. That's about it. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So the good news is this. I don't have any script. Nothing. Nothing written. I don't have anything. When Dr. Nidhi said that, can you come and talk to us? I was just wondering, we have the foundation team here. Probably we have a few volunteers from HCLTech. We have so many of the partner organization. And I was wondering, what exactly should I be talking to them? I said, I'll speak my heart out. I don't need a script for that. I am a grandson of a farmer, son of a factory worker. Today I have the stage to talk to you. It's one thing that's very important in life, and that one thing is opportunity. Somebody somewhere when I was growing up sponsored my education. And I'm an example of that. And what each and every one of you do each and every day is to create opportunity for those who can aspire and achieve what they aspire to achieve. Not everybody can do that. There are two very important things that are important to be able to do that. And we talk a lot about that in the HR parlance. Two key things: passion, commitment. If you are not passionate about what you're doing, if you are not committed to what you're doing, I don't think it's easy to do what you do. The fact that you are doing what you do means that you are passionate about what you're doing. You are committed to what you're doing. Change comes from being passionate about something. It could be anything. Progress is made through commitment that you demonstrate in what you do each day, every day. And that is exactly what you do, and hats off to each and every one of you for that, to do what you do. You're a source of inspiration for many. it's few of you who do what you do inspires thousands and thousands of people to follow. A day before, during the inaugural session, we had Ms. Preeti Pal here, Paralympian. I was just reflecting on the success that she was able to achieve. Somebody has supported that. Sponsorship is one thing, financial sponsorship is one thing, support is a big thing. And we can have thousands and thousands of such people achieve what they have the potential to achieve. And that's what you are trying to galvanize. And each and every one of you who partner with HCL Foundation to do what we aspire to do at scale, right? We are a large country, 1.4 billion people. We talk about, the growing economy and all the prosperity and all of those things. It is true, but it is also true that there are still hundreds of millions of people who are looking forward to having that opportunity for them, who are aspiring to be the beneficiary of this opportunity that this country can present. How do you take those opportunities to them? Whether it is about identifying talent, whether it is about providing sponsorship, it's important, right? And that's why I started by saying that for everyone to achieve what they have the potential to achieve, the most important thing is opportunity. And in your own way, that is what you do, right? Hats off to what you do. Now, having come on the back of Arun and team talking about what GUVI does, and it talks about AI and generative AI, I can tell you one thing. Any amount of technology can come. It can only help you augment what you do. Today, the biggest debate is, does AI replace the work that we all do, particularly in the tech industry, right? Will machines replace humans? There's one thing in my mind which is very certain and guaranteed, that machines cannot replace what you do. Why? Because you bring passion to what you do. You bring commitment to what you do. That cannot be programmed. You cannot program. You cannot ask a software engineer to say that, program passion into this machine. It's not possible, right? These are human emotions which you give life to. So the good news today is, you look at technology as what it is going to do to augment what you do, with the conviction and the confidence that it is never going to be able to replace what you do. So what you do is very, very, very important, right? There is another debate that is happening today, whether you should work 40 hours, 50 hours, 70 hours, 90 hours, right? Now, there's only one example that comes to my mind. Like many people in this country, I love cricket. Not that I'm very good at playing, but I love it. As a young boy growing up, I always watch the matches, and more importantly, I like the conversations that happen before and after the matches. This must be when Sunil Gavaskar and Alan Border used to play. So clearly, it's decades back. There was this interview when Alan Border, at the end of the India-Australia tour, was asked this question, and he was in his later stage of his career. He was asked a question, where do you get the energy and motivation to continue playing even at this age? And his response was, I love playing this sport, so I will do it any day, any stage of my life. Now, on top of that, the Australian Cricket Board is also paying me, right? I mean, I'm doing what I love to do. On top of that, somebody is paying me, so why not, right? So therein lies a very important lesson. When we do what we love to do, I don't think we ever look at the clock. I mean, you can reflect on that question yourself. If you are doing what you love to do, Do you look at your watches? Right? I don't think anybody does that. But there's a very recent personal experience that I had. There's a young woman team member from my team. She was active online some very odd hour late into the night. So I was very curious. I just pinged her, what are you doing? She said that, look, I'm trying to build, she was working on some AI solution, some use case. She said that, I've been working on this for the last few days. I am this elusive, I have not been able to get to the finish line. I just want to get it to the finish line. And I just didn't realize that it's past midnight, right? That's a classic example that if you are doing something that you are deeply engrossed into, you are passionate about it, you love doing what you're doing, you don't look at your clock, right? So in the current context of all the debates that is happening, is AI going to replace what humans are doing? Be assured, answer is no so far as what you are doing, right? Should we be working X number of hours, Y number of hours? Don't worry. If you are doing what you love to do, now therein lies the answer to all the debates that we have today. It simply means that do what you're passionate about doing, get the energy to do that, and when you put smile on the face of somebody else, and if that is what is going to give meaning to what you do, I can say with confidence that you cannot stop doing what you're doing, right? Thank you once again for the fantastic work that each and every one of you do. You are amazing in doing what you do. You are an inspiration. You create opportunity for somebody else to achieve what they aspire to achieve, and that could be somebody like me. Thank you. Nidhi did mention that you're all very happy to ask questions. I'm happy to take a few questions. I hope I'll be able to share my thought. I don't know if the answer is right or wrong, but I'm happy to share my thought.
Hello, I'm KC Pant from Rasta. I'm struggling a lot how to develop people second line as well as nowadays people are not interested to go to the field to work. They want to sit in the office. How to develop them?
So, interesting question. There are two parts to his question. I'll just paraphrase. One is how to develop the second line and how to encourage people to come to work. My experience, as I said, the answers may be right or wrong, provided the person who's going to take the responsibility to develop the next line throws away insecurity from his or her mind. Very, very important. And I have grown up where I have heard many of my managers say that you need to make yourself redundant every 3 years, which means you're going to get somebody ready to do what you do today. It also means that you need to ready yourself to do something bigger, better, right? That I think is the best way to develop, which means you're basically saying that I'm happy to be vulnerable. I don't want to feel insecure, which means I am confident in my ability to do what I can do and do better. That's my personal view. How do you get people back to work? Very difficult in today's context, right? So let's look at HCLTech, right? When some of our larger peers in the industry said that we will do 5 days a week, we will mandate, And there's one company which said that, we will track your attendance, and based on that, your performance assessment will be influenced by that, your performance bonuses will be influenced by that. I don't know what's the success with what they have done. If they were to do an honest reflection of what is the success, my suspicion is it's not very successful. Why do I say that? There's a big Wall Street bank. The CEO of that bank, right in the middle of the pandemic, there were many naysayers about the pandemic, said that, no question of remote working, everybody be in their desk. Just about 2 weeks back, the same CEO of the same largest Wall Street bank was saying the same thing. Happened. That's why he's saying the same thing 3 years later. Otherwise, why would he say the same thing 3 years later? Now, if I draw parallels between that and what, one of the peers of our company is saying and doing, it just means that, those words means nothing. So then what do? We need to accept the fact that the people who join the workforce now are of a different generation. In HCLTech, when I took on this role 2.5 years back, we had about 10% of our workforce was Gen Z. Today it is more than 1/3, and in the next 3 years we project it to be more closer to 50%, which probably is a bit of an outlier for this industry, but if you look at the broader workforce, about 25% of the global workforce will be Gen Z. I have a son who's a Gen Z, and whenever I talk to my managers, I ask the question, simple question: how do you manage your son or daughter at home? Do they listen to you? You say, beta, do this, you'll do the other way around. Right? Now, if you can't instruct your son or daughter and expect them to follow your instructions, to say that as a manager, I will instruct and expect my team member to follow the instruction, nahi hone wala hai. Right? So we need to see how do we motivate them? How do we entice them? Right? That is why the policy that we adopted is, it's about flexible policy. We say that, yeah, theek hai, chalo, don't come 5 days a week, come 3 days a week. We don't say, which 3 days a week, you come any 3 days a week, but understand that you have a responsibility. That responsibility is to deliver some services to that customer. At least be responsible. It's important, right? It is important because it is good for your career progression. And we built the whole policy around that. It's all about how do we provide flexibility and how do we provide encouragement. Stick approach will not work. We'll have to find the carrot approach that works. And for that, there is no one single silver lining that, do this, it will happen. We'll have to experiment a few things. One of that will click. Whatever clicks, we say that, okay, that is what works for me. Very interesting question, though. Go ahead.
So first of all, it's an honor, sir, to ask you a question. So last year, 120 employees joined HCL Foundation team. So I would request you to share any message to how to retain them, how to sustain in the company for long run. Thank you.
Maybe I've shared this example before in some other forum or some other context. It's an anecdote from a management book. There's a very well acknowledged management author, person by name Peter Drucker. He has written a number of books, and one of the books, the title of the book is Essentials of Management. There's an anecdote in that book. I read this a few decades back, but it is still very relevant. He saw 3 people doing something. Let's say whatever work they were doing, 3 people were doing something, same thing. He went and asked the first person, "What are you doing?" He says, "Can't you see I am cutting stones?" He went to the second person, doing the same thing, asked the same question. He said, "I am earning for the bread and butter of my family." Then the third person doing the same thing, same question. The answer is, "I'm carving a sculpture for the place of worship that is coming up somewhere there." 3 people doing the same work, same question was asked, 3 different responses, right? Now, we can all relate to the fact that the person who's the third response was probably the person who's going to do good quality work, good quality output. It's reasonable to expect that, right? Why? 2, 3 things. The person is passionate about what he is doing. He sees the value of what he is doing, he or she doing, to a larger purpose. So if you are able to do something that you get involved in doing, and you see the larger purpose behind what you are doing, that can be the best form of motivation. There will always be, in motivation theory, you'll talk about fear motivation, right? If you don't do this, something will happen. There's a consequence to this. There is incentive motivation. You do this well, you will get this. The highest form of motivation is growth motivation. You do this for a larger purpose. So that was the context in this. And in my view, what each and every one of you do in HCL Foundation is what I would describe as is in the third category, because what you do is for a larger purpose. The level of motivation that you would have to do what you do is at the highest level. If you are able to keep that at the back of your mind, every day when you wake up, you will say that, I am doing something which contributes to a larger cause. And remember that larger cause is opportunity. Opportunity for somebody who will be able to achieve what they aspire to achieve. I hope that sort of responds to what you were asking. Sure, of course. Yes, please go ahead. Oh, okay. So there's an example. Okay. If there are no more questions, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Once again, thank you very much for what you do. It makes a lot of difference. Thank you.
Can I request you to please stay back, Ram? Sure. Can I please request you to stay back, Ram, on the dais, please? Can I also have Dr. Nidhi Pundir and Ms. Simi Suri join us at the stage? Ram, you are aware that we had this village theme going on for the last 2.5 days. And we just wanted to honor all the village members at your hands for their efforts toward decorating the villages and coming up with plans. So can we have 5 representatives from each of the villages come such that we can... Okay. 5 members per village. So 5 members from each of the village can quickly come up on dais and we can quickly have a felicitation for all of them. Can we have the Tashi Gatsal village coming first? Tashi Gatsal, followed by Jigni, then Bhavani Kheda, then Vembar, Chitera, Bhagbatpur, Shantinagar and Kapal Todi, in that order, please. The members from Tashi Gatsal village. Tashi Gatsal. Can we quickly come up on the stage, team, please? All the partner staff as well as HCL Foundation team, a mix of them, 5 representatives from each of the village. Tashi Gatsal. Just 5 members from each of the village. All these village representatives are being felicitated with kit from My Heart, from the Zing and Zest bakery that is in-house in the HCLTech campus at Noida. Can one or two of the village members receive the kit from Ram? Please receive the kit. One or two, anyone. Can we have a huge round of applause? Village Tashi Gatsal. Can we have the next village, Jigni, on the stage, please? Jigni, are you lined up? Please enter the stage from my right and exit from my left. Village Jigni. Next is Village Bhavani Kheda. Can we have the round of applause going on for Village Jigni? After Jigni, it's Bhavani Kheda's turn, followed by Vembar, Chitehra, Bhagbatpur, Shantinagar and Kapaltodi in that order. This is Village Jigni. Thank you, Jigni team. Can we have Bhavani Kheda up on the stage, please? Village Bhavani Kheda. Next is Vembar, followed by Chitehra. Congratulations, Bhavani Kheda team.
Vous voulez jouer à un jeu. Vous voulez jouer. Bonjour. Vous voulez jouer à un jeu.
Next is Chitehra. Village Chitehra. Can we have the Bhagbatpur team ready? Followed by Shantinagar and Kapaltodi. Team Bhagbatpur has come from the other side.
Bonjour. Vous voulez jouer à un jeu.
Next is Shantinagar.
En ce moment, vous respirez les gaz mortels. Le seul moyen de vous en sortir est de trouver l'antidote qui se trouve à l'intérieur.
Congratulations, Shantinagar. And finally, we have the Kapal Todi village representatives from Kapal Todi village receiving the gifts at the hands of the Chief People Officer, HCLTech. Can I have the HR team, Priyanka, Shitanshu also up on the dais, please? Any other team members from the HR function, please join us at the stage. Thank you, Ram, for spending time with us and being with us this afternoon. Can I request Dr. Nidhi Pundi to please felicitate Simi? Yes, of course. Can you do it jointly, both of you? Can we have a huge round of applause for Ram? We also have on the dais the team from HR function, Prabhas, Priyanka and Shitanshu. We also have small token of appreciation for the HR team. Small hamper from the Zing and Zest Bakery housed at HCLTech Noida for the HR team. Can we have a huge round of applause? We cannot function without the HR function. Thank you so much, team, for your continuous support. Thank you, Ram, for spending your time with us. Can we have a group picture? I think the group picture is done. I would also like to share with Ram that, Ram, your speech was also being televised through our YouTube link. And my friends from Nagpur are also congratulating me for, having to listen you in person. And they also enjoyed your speech very much. All the HCLTechies at Nagpur and across the country. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Up next, we have an interesting panel again. The panel session titled Colors of Hope that brings together inspiring individuals who have made significant contributions to their communities through the HCL Foundation programs. This session aims to showcase the diverse and vibrant efforts of HCLF participants in driving social change and fostering hope in their respective fields. I would like to introduce again a very well-known face at HCL Foundation, Ms. Payal Randhawa. Payal is a dynamic founder, director of B-Works Communications and Advisory Services, a senior development professional, skilled facilitator and passionate communicator. She brings a wealth of experience to our panel. Can we have Payal on the stage? She's already here. And over to you, Payal. Please invite and introduce our panelists. Thank you so much.
Hello everybody, am I audible? Just wave out to me please. Both hands? Both hands, let's get some energy going because we have a really energetic panel for you coming forward. So I have, जिसको हम बोलते हैं ना सितारे ज़मीन पर, तो हमारे पास सितारे हैं हमारी ज़मीन पर यहाँ पर, and I feel really privileged to do this session every year क्योंकि यहाँ से जैसे राम बोल रहे थे कि your motivation, what is your motivation, do you love what you do, and these people who are going to join me, my fellow panelists, really make me believe that I love what I do. It's because of them, their energy, their belief that I really love what I do. So please put your hands together for the sitare who are on the zameen. Noori Amma, Rashmi Sharma, Malti Devi, Miss Rajkumari, Om Prakash and Javed. Please come on stage. Piyush, will you please? Just get out of the way. Yeah. Come, Rajkumar.
Yeah, ma'am. As the panel is settling in, my comms team has a special request for all of us. There is a QR code that will now be displayed on the screen. All of you on social media, particularly in this case, the QR code is for Instagram. All of you who are on Instagram, we request you all to follow the HCL Foundation page to showcase the amazing work that is being done at HCL Foundation through all of you, all the NGO partners. Can we quickly scan the QR code? Perhaps all of you can join our page on Instagram. All your phones out, you can scan the QR code. It will lead you to the HCL Foundation's page on Instagram. Please consider subscribing to HCL Foundation's page on Instagram. Thank you. Over to you, Payal.
Thank you. Thank you. Abhi, our previous speaker spoke very eloquently about मौका, अवसर, opportunity. और अगर मैं उसको कल के हमारी जो introduction थी टीम की, the MyEHA team had come and said, and I'm going to paraphrase, एक मौके की कीमत आप क्या जानो रमेश बाबू, हाँ? एक अवसर की कीमत आप क्या जानो रमेश बाबू. तो ये है हमारे सितारे ज़मीन पे जो एक अवसर से उनकी ज़िंदगी में क्या बदलाव आया है, एक मौके से how they have picked themselves, met challenges head on and moved forward. So I'm really thrilled to have people from all over India, from Tamil Nadu to Kashmir and UP with me. And we also have an Asian bronze medalist with us in powerlifting. So please, a huge round of applause for all of them. जी, जावेद जो हैं, आपसे शुरू करते हैं कश्मीर से, बिल्कुल सितारा, हमारा ताज भारत का. आप जो हैं, आप टीचर हैं, आप कश्मीर जैसी जगह में जहाँ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट काफ़ी हुआ है, आप पीस एजुकेशन सिखाते हैं बच्चों को. तो थोड़ा पीस एजुकेशन के बारे में, पीस एजुकेशन है क्या, व्हाट डज द करिकुलम लुक लाइक, और उसमें उससे बच्चों की ज़िंदगी में क्या बदलाव आया है.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to everybody. Happy Pongal to you, all of you. जहाँ तक पीस के ताल्लुक से आप बात कर रहे हैं, नेशनल पॉलिसी से पहले जो NCF 2005 आया था, उसमें पीस एजुकेशन की एडवोकेसी हुई है. पीस एजुकेशन के ताल्लुक से हम अपने स्कूल्स में जो बच्चों के ताल्लुक से, नॉलेज के ताल्लुक से, स्किल्स के ताल्लुक से और वैल्यूज़ के ताल्लुक से जो डेवलपमेंट करते हैं, वी वांट टू हैव द पीसफुल एनवायरनमेंट. आपको मालूम है कि आज का बच्चा, हमने उसको अपने वो जो उसको राइट है हैप्पी चाइल्डहुड का, हमने उसको मिशनों के हवाले कर दिया. हमने उसके साथ जो हम उसके साथ टाइम गुजारना चाहते थे, वो हम उसको वो टाइम नहीं दे रहे हैं. जो उसको जो हक है, जो कुदरत ने उसको हक दिया था, हम उसको नहीं है. क्योंकि अब वो हमारी स्कूल्स में आ रहा है. जिस चीज़ की उसको एलिनेशन है, जिस चीज़ की उसको कमी है, जो वो प्यार उसको नहीं मिल रहा है, जो उसको वो पेशेंस उसको नहीं मिल रहे, कोई उसको जो सुनता नहीं है, कोई उसको भावनाओं को समझता नहीं है. एक है जो उस्ताद उस स्कूल में जो उसकी भावनाओं को समझने की कोशिश कर रहा है, उसके सब्र के पैमाने को सब कोशिश कर रहा है. हम चाहते हैं कि हम उसकी माँ भी बने, हम उसके बाप भी बने, हम उसके हौसलों की कदर करें, हम उसके वो बचपने की जो नटखट सूरतें हैं उनको बर्दाश्त करें. उनको बर्दाश्त करने के लिए समाज में शायद उनके माँ बाप के पास भी वो टाइम नहीं है. इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि अपने स्कूल्स में हम एक ऐसा माहौल कर रहे हैं जो एक पीसफुल माहौल हो, जिसमें पेशेंस हो, जिसमें डिवोशन हो, जिसमें डेडिकेशन हो, जिसमें बच्चे के हर तरह की जिसको होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट के ताल्लुक से बात की जाए, उसको परखने की, क्योंकि कल का समाज, आज का समाज जो हम बना रहे, वी आर नर्चरिंग ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज, वी आर नर्चरिंग ह्यूमन सोल फॉर टुमारो। हम आज कल की बात कर रहे हैं। इन द मॉर्निंग सेशन हमारे एक ऑनरेबल पैनलिस्ट कह रहे थे कि वर्क प्लेस पर हमें जो एंग्जाइटी है, तो उसके ताल्लुक से उसका जो प्लान है, वी नीड टू हैव द प्रिपरेशन फ्रॉम द इनिशियल स्टेज, एंड द स्कूल इज द इनिशियल स्टेज where we groom, where we nurture students for such type of situations. And we, as a school education, in collaboration with Bal Riksha, this Bharat and Save the Children, and support the HCL Foundation, we have prepared a modules at state level. We have prepared modules for teachers and parents. I will quote two examples how they affected our school structure, how they affected our family structure. आपने नाम सुना होगा इंशा का। इंशा भी बच्ची थी 17 साल की उम्र, वो मेरी स्टूडेंट थी हायर सेकेंडरीज में जब उसका एक्सीडेंट हुआ, और उस एक्सीडेंट के बाद उसके पूरा वो शटर हो गए, उसकी वो टॉलरेंस खत्म हो गई, वो एग्रेसिवनेस में चले गई। शी थॉट दैट somebody, nobody is giving a patient look to me, nobody is listening to her. So she turned in aggressive, and it is the peace workshops of Save the Children that made them how to react non-violently to a situation. And later she represented India. She became the Indian basketball captain and represented in USA. And for in absentia, give her a big hand here.
Yes, yeah.
And
Javed,
another question, I will quote here, ma'am, that it's not the only child. These steps, peace education steps now shape the families. I have an example at my village that the housewife and his husband have the very violent remarks at home, and the situation was in a position to have the separation of affairs, separation of the relations. At that same time, I sent that husband to a workshop of peace education, how to behave non-violently to a situation.
Yeah.
And after coming that, and he made these, whatever the quality parameters were shown, were given in a workshop by the Save the Children, he utilized it at home, and it is we're thankful to such type of workshops. That's uska
Javed,
family, and
have a
the
question for
family
you.
called them, and how his life started to change gradually.
Yeah. So whether it is the child जो आपने बात की बच्चों के बारे में, या जो आपने अभी बात की adults के बारे में, right? So peace education is critical, as I understand. And for all the people who are here, Javed is really very passionate about the peace education, and he has been awarded an leadership award.
National Center for School Leadership.
Would you like to say a little bit about that, Javed?
Yeah. When the module was created by Save the Children in collaboration HCL, one of the module was created, that how to create a safe school environment. School as a zone of peace. I tried to create my school as a zone of peace. What were the principles or the themes underlying that? That we want to have the very passionate relationship with the workforce that are in my school. Number one. And our school is, I tried my best to make an abuse free. In that matter, our children start reporting. I made the reporting centers there. The way state in which Save the Children is one of the member in these committees at district level, at state level, and zonal level, we have the committees. And we try to make a better relationship. We try to have the patience We try to have the non-alienation. We try to have the non-neglect. We cannot neglect a child. And we create such a scenario. Every teacher, every non-teaching staff listened to the miseries of the children, and children came forward to have the reporting. They were very frank enough. And we created a scenario where we shared our resources with the cluster schools. And this school name came into surface, and it reached to the National Center for School Leadership, and the National Policy of Education, Para 7, talks about the efficient resource and effective governance. And effective governance was in relation with this school as a zone of place. In our school, our school is free of smoking zone.
I'll come to you, Javed, later, but I'll just move ahead from there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing about the peace education. नूरी अम्मा, आप भी बच्चों के साथ काम करती हैं, जी, और तमिलनाडु में HCL के सपोर्ट के साथ आपने अभी डिज़ाइन किया है. इट्स ऑन है, या यस इट इज़ ऑन. तो मेरा सवाल, तो ये जो होम है, ये आपने मुझे कल बताया था कि जैसे एक सपना पूरा हो रहा है, तो थोड़ा उसके बारे में बताइए कि कैसे HCL फाउंडेशन के साथ आपकी बातचीत हुई, बच्चों ने बात की, और ये जो घर आप बना रही हैं ये रियलिटी बन गई.
पहला बात, मेरा नाम है नूरी, मैं ट्रांसजेंडर वुमन हूँ. 1987 से HCL के साथ मैं जी रही हूँ. क्या HCL मेरे साथ नहीं जी रहा? HCL के साथ मैं जी रही हूँ. मैं कम से कम एक 200 बच्चे को माँ हूँ मैं. कोई एक बच्चा 2 बच्चे के लिए मारेंगे, मैं 200 बच्चे की माँ हूँ. अभी तक से दादी बन गई. बहुत मेरे को खुशी है. मेरा टेस्ट है तो छोटा वाला NGO है मेरा, बहुत छोटा. मैं HCL फाउंडेशन में 2013 में जोड़ी हूँ. छोटा प्रोजेक्ट से लेते अभी तो बहुत बड़ा. मेरा कहना क्या है, मैं अनाथ हूँ जी. मेरे माँ बाप, मेरी माँ 4 साल के बच्चे में मर गई. मेरे पापा 18 साल के आर्मी डिफेंस सर्विस हो. वो मरने के बाद में मैं तो ट्रांसजेंडर हूँ ना, मैं तो मेन के फीमेल बनी. मेरे तो कितना में दिक्कत रहेगा मेरे दिल में, उतना दिक्कत भी दूर करके उसके साथ मेरा HIV भी आके वो दिक्कत भी बड़ा नहीं देखने से मैं तो दरिया के नमक बढ़ के आ रही हूँ. कारण क्या है, आगे का पैर पीछे नहीं जाएगा.
आगे का पैर पीछे नहीं
जाएगा मेरा.
वंडरफुल.
कभी भी मैं पढ़ी हूँ 3वीं क्लास, गई हूँ 26 कंट्री.
वाह, 26 कंट्री, वेल ट्रैवल्ड. हाँ,
मेरे लैंग्वेज 7 लैंग्वेज मेरे को मालूम है.
वाह.
पहले बार 2022 में मैडम नीति मैडम हमारे होम पे आए थे. मैं वो टाइम पे होम में नहीं थी, मैं तो मेरे मंदिर गई थी
जी.
मेरे बच्चे लोग को देख के बहुत अफसोस सिखाए थे. वो टाइम पे बारिश का टाइम, गिल्ला गिल्ला जमीन, चेयर डालने से चेयर में नहीं बैठे, नीचे बैठे. मैडम बैठ के मल्लिका पूछी क्या खा रहे, मेरे को वड़ा चाहिए, चाय पी कर वड़ा खा के. इतनी इंसान है वो, तो बहुत बड़ी इंसान है. मैं इसके सामने छोटी हूँ. वो टाइम पर नीति मैडम बोले थे पहला, नीति मैडम तो पहला बोले थे, देखो तुम्हारा तो देख के मेरे को बहुत अफसोस ये है, मैं 1 साल में तुमको तो बढ़ोतरी में लेके आए. बोले अभी तो मेरा कम से कम बहुत बड़ा 10,000 स्क्वायर फीट में तो बड़ा होम बना, ऐसे एक बड़ा. परसों भी देखा रहेगा, रोशल मैडम के पास हाथ में दी, उतना बड़ा होम बनाया. किस लिए? उनका सपना मेरा सपना एक ही है. हम तो पेट में बच्चा नहीं लेने से खांदे पे बच्चे ले रहे हैं ना, उसमें तो बहुत प्यारा होता है. ये एक बच्चा जन्ने का प्यार नहीं है, गोद में लेने का तो बहुत प्यारा है. ऐसा तो हमारे ट्रांसजेंडर में तो मेरा एक ही कहना है, इतना ये HCL फाउंडेशन में देखा हो कितने की प्रोजेक्ट चल रही है. एक सवाल मैडम के पास, ये ट्रांसजेंडर के बीच में HIV पॉजिटिव लोग रह रहे हैं, उनके लिए स्किल डेवलपमेंट, इनकम जनरेशन से कुछ ना कुछ तुम करना है. ये 2025 में एक चैलेंज बनाना है तुम.
ठीक है,
पूरे जगह में तुम्हारा पैर रखा हुआ। ये
ठीक है।
ट्रांसजेंडर के बीच में भी रखना करके मेरा बहुत बहुत इच्छा है।
जी।
ये सपना चलेगा मेरा बहुत बहुत सपना
जरूर,
हो।
आपने बात
ये
रख
सपने
दी।
के बारे में मेरा तो बहुत ख्वाब है।
वंडरफुल, आपने बात की। थैंक यू नूरी जी अपनी स्टोरी शेयर करने के लिए। हमारे साथ है रश्मि। रश्मि जो है ये भी बच्चों के साथ काम करती है। इज माई माइक ओके? क्रैश में। सो रश्मि, आप जो ये जो क्रैश में बच्चों के साथ रहती है, उसका क्या मायने है आपकी ज़िंदगी में, या क्या मायने रखता है आपकी ज़िंदगी में?
मेरा नाम रश्मि है। मैं मोबाइल क्रैश में मैम 2017 में जुड़ी थी। मुझे 7 साल हो गए इसमें काम करते हुए। मैम मैं सोचती हूँ कि जैसे मुझे काम करने के लिए आगे बढ़ना था, वैसे मेरे जैसी बहुत सारी माएँ कि वो भी काम पर जाएं, अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाएं, बच्चों का भी पूरा पोषण हो। तो मैम कुछ माएँ बच्चा छोड़ना चाहती हैं और काम करना चाहती हैं, उनके लिए कोई जगह नहीं है। ये क्रैश उन लोगों के लिए है। तो माएँ हमारे पास बच्चा छोड़ती हैं और अपना काम बेफिक्र होकर करने जाती हैं
जी,
जिससे काम करेंगी, आगे बढ़ेंगी, पैसे घर पे लेके आएंगी और मैम फैमिली में बढ़ोतरी होगी, उनके फैमिली में बढ़ोतरी होगी तो मैम देश की बढ़ोतरी होगी।
बिल्कुल, फैमिली की बढ़ोतरी, देश की बढ़ोतरी।
मुझे मैम बच्चों के साथ काम करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है। हमारे यहाँ जो बच्चे आते हैं उनको पूरा पोषण, 5 विकास उनके, 5 उनकी ज़रूरतें, इन सब का ध्यान रखते हैं हम। उनके साथ पूरा काम, पूरे दिन सुबह 9 से 5 बजे तक काम करते हैं हम लोग।
जी, ओके। और जो बच्चे आते हैं आपके पास, सो क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज़ करती हैं आप बच्चों के साथ?
मैम हम उन्हें खेल खेल में पढ़ाते हैं। गिनती जैसे रोड़ी ज्ञान हो गया, रोड़ियाँ रख के बच्चों को खेल कराते हैं। गुड़िया घर हो गया, उसमें बच्चे का सामाजिक विकास होता है, बच्चा उसमें रिश्ते पहचानता है। और मैम पजल्स का होता है जिसमें बच्चा मानसिक विकास कर रहा है अपना। एक हमें प्रकल्प दिया होता है, उससे हम पूरे दिन का बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं।
जी, धन्यवाद। आपका जो है, जो कल भी लोग बोल रहे थे कि जब बचपन में होता है वो टाइम जो होता है बहुत अहम होता है।
हाँ जी मैम, बच्चे के जो 1000 दिन होते हैं ना मैम शुरू के, बच्चा जो 5 साल तक होता है उसकी वही नींव मजबूत होती है
जी,
उसी में बच्चा सारे विकास अपने करता है
जी।
उससे उसके बाद बच्चे का मैम आगे स्कूल का होता है, स्कूल एडमिशन होता है
जी।
जब बच्चा हमारे यहाँ सीख कर जाता है तो स्कूल में जाता है, हम उसका स्कूल एडमिशन कराते हैं।
सो आप बहुत अहम काम आपका है कि जो फाउंडेशन हो रही है बच्चे की, जो नींव लग रही है बच्चे की, आप उस टाइम आप काम करती हैं बच्चों के साथ।
हाँ जी मैम।
या थैंक यू मालती देवी, आप घर पे थी जी, और फिर आपने और खेती कर रही थी जैसे आपने मुझे बताया। फिर आपने सोचा कि आप कैसे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से जुड़ी, कैसी समूह से जुड़ी, क्यों जुड़ी आप समूह से, थोड़ा हमें बताइए।
आए हुए भाई बहनों या सर मैडम लोगों को मेरा नमस्ते। मेरा नाम है मालती देवी, ग्राम विक्टोरियागंज, ब्लॉक अहरोरी, जिला हरदोई से आई हूँ। मेरे समूह का नाम है सुनैना आजीविका महिला स्वयं सहायता समूह। मैं अपने समूह की अध्यक्ष हूँ। मेरा समूह 2021 में बना और एशियल फाउंडेशन से 2022 में जुड़ा।
जी, तो आप बोल रही हैं आप समूह की अध्यक्ष हैं, ठीक है। सो आपकी ये यात्रा कैसी हुई? आप घर में थी, आप खेती कर रही थी और आप समूह की अध्यक्ष हैं, ये आपकी यात्रा कैसी रही?
जी मैम, मेरी यात्रा तो अच्छी हुई क्योंकि जब से मैं समूह या एशियल से जुड़ी हूँ, तब से हमें मतलब बहुत ही उम्मीद है कि जैसे हम मतलब कोई कार्य करते हैं, जैसे किसानी कर रहे थे तो हम हंसिया या खुरपा से काम करते थे तो बहुत टाइम लगता था काम करते
जी।
जब हम एशियल फाउंडेशन से जुड़े तो हमें यहाँ से कृषि यंत्र मिले जिसमें मुझे कृषि यंत्र पावर टिलर है, लोटावेटर और पैडी रीपर बाइंडर और पावर बीडर इत्यादि मशीनें हमें यहाँ से मिली।
जी, और आप बताइए थोड़ा, आप मुझे बता रही थी कि आप सिर्फ अब किसान नहीं हैं, आप सिर्फ खेती नहीं करती हैं, आप अपना बिजनेस चलाती हैं, तो बिजनेस के बारे में बताइए हमें।
जी, हमें जब यहाँ से कृषि यंत्र जो मिले हैं, हम पहले तो मतलब किसानी ही करते थे, अब ये कृषि यंत्र जो मिले हैं इससे हम अपने भी खेत की जुताई करते हैं और मतलब बिजनेस भी करते हैं और किसानों को मतलब ले जाते हैं जुताई करने के लिए। मैंने कम से कम 300 से ऊपर किसानों को सुविधा दी है अपने कृषि यंत्रों से।
जी, सो मालती देवी जो है, इनके पास उनके सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में मशीनरी है जो जाके दूसरों के फील्ड्स पे ये लोग या तो किराए पे देते हैं।
जी, मैं खुद ही लेकर जाती हूँ।
खुद ही जाके मशीन ऑपरेट करते हैं दूसरे लोगों के खेती के लिए। और प्रकाश जी, तालाब रिजुविनेशन का काम आप करते हैं गोरखपुर जी, तो पानी जो है हमारे सबके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है, तो आप जैसे तालाब को रिजुविनेट करते हैं, तालाब की सफाई करते हैं, वो आप कब से जुड़े हैं और इसमें और आपने क्या बदलाव देखा है जिस तालाब पे आप काम करते हैं?
मेरा नाम ओम प्रकाश, 2024 से 20 से मैं जुड़ा हुआ हूँ जीएजी में। पुलिस लाइन का तालाब, हमने उसमें कचरा देखा था, इतना कचरा भरा हुआ था, झाड़ झूपड़ कबाड़ा, उसके अंदर ना ये पता तालाब है क्या है, इतना कबाड़ा था उसके अंदर। वो उसकी साफ सफाई करके चारों ओर से हमने बंद बनाया, उसका बंद बना के वेटलैंड बनाया। वेटलैंड से जो वेस्ट पानी आ रहा है फिल्टर हो गए, वो तालाब के अंदर यूज हो रहा है अब। और उस पर बंद पे चारों ओर पौधे लगाए हैं। पौधे 1 से लेकर 2 फुट की हाइट में, आप 15 फुट 20 फुट की हाइट में पहुंच रहे हैं। उसकी साफ सफाई, जो उसमें कचरा होता है उसकी सफाई करी जाती है। लोग बाग वहाँ योगा करते हैं, घूमते हैं फिरते हैं। अब तालाब को बहुत पहले से बहुत अच्छा महसूस कर रहे हैं ये लोग।
जी, सो आप एक तालाब पे काम कर रहे हैं, पर आपकी जो संस्था है कितने तालाबों में, कितने तालाब बदल गए हैं आपके संस्था के अंडर? या सो ओम प्रकाश इज वेरी वेरी पैशनेट अबाउट पॉन्ड रिजुविनेशन, और उससे पानी जो है, जो साफ सुथरा पानी है, उससे क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है एक इंसान की ज़िंदगी में, थोड़ा बताएंगे हमें?
पानी अगर कचरा उसको गंदा रखेंगे तो पीने वाले पानी के लिए वे स्वास्थ्य के लिए भी हानिकारक है, और उसकी सफाई करेंगे तो उस फिल्टर हुए पानी।
ओम प्रकाश, राजकुमारी, मेरी मुलाकात आपसे 1 साल से ऊपर 2023 में हुई थी, राइट? बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग हमारी कॉन्वर्सेशन रही थी उस वक्त। सो आप HCL फाउंडेशन स्पोर्ट्स फॉर चेंज के साथ कैसे जुड़ी?
हेलो, मैं राजकुमारी, एशियन मेडलिस्ट, पैरा एशियन मेडलिस्ट हूँ। जो मेरा गेम है पावर लिफ्टिंग
जी,
तो मैं अपना छोटा सा एक जर्नी आपसे शेयर करना चाहती हूँ। आप सब लोगों को पहले तो थैंक यू, HCL फाउंडेशन, थैंक यू सो मच, आपने हमें इनवाइट किया। मेरी छोटी सी एक जर्नी है। मैं बहुत मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से बिलोंग करती हूँ। मेरे पापा नॉर्मली जॉब करते हैं, प्राइवेट जॉब, मेरे 2 भाई, और मैं सिंपल से स्कूल से पढ़ी हूँ, प्राइवेट स्कूल से। तो मेरे को ना नॉर्मली जब मैं स्कूल जाती थी, स्कूल से घर, घर से स्कूल, मेरी यही लाइफ थी। मुझे बाहर की दुनिया का कुछ पता नहीं था। ऐसे मैंने 12th पास किया। 12th पास करने के बाद थोड़ा सा मैं बाहर निकली, एक जैसे कहते हैं एक नॉर्मल एक कैंप लगा था, वहाँ पर निकली मैं। तो वहाँ पे कोई नॉर्मली बोले कि जो कैंप में सर बैठते हैं, जो मतलब पैरा वाले जो बंदे आते हैं उनको सिखाने के लिए, कोर्सेज वगैरह के लिए। तो मुझे बस कुछ नहीं पता था, मैं ब्लैंक थी कि मुझे बस कुछ सीखना है। मम्मी मेरी एक कहते हैं मेरी माँ जो होती है फैमिली सपोर्ट, तो वो मेरी माँ थी, तो मुझे लेके जाती थी आती थी। तो मैं वहाँ गई तो मुझे वहाँ से कंप्यूटर क्लासेस ज्वाइन करने का मौका मिला। तो मैं वहाँ जब गई VRC, तो उन्होंने बोला कि आप आने जाने का कन्विंस कर लोगे, आप चल पाओगे? तो थोड़ा सा मुझे डर लगा कि मैं कैसे करूँगी, घर से दूर काफ़ी ट्रैवल करना पड़ता है। तो फिर मैंने कहा चलो देखते हैं, तो मेरी माँ ने कहा चल तू कर, मैं करवाती हूँ। तो मैंने 1 ईयर्स वहीं रही मैं। तो वहाँ पे बहुत सारे ऐसे पैरा वाले बच्चे आते थे जो मुझसे भी ज़्यादा नहीं चल पाते, तो उनको देख के सीखती थी कि ये चल ले नहीं पाते तब भी ये करते, मैं तो बहुत ठीक हूँ इनसे, तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकता। तो वहाँ पे रह के मैंने सीखा बहुत कुछ। तो वहीं पे मेरी एक मुलाकात हुई एक गुलफाम नाम के लड़के से, तो उसने पैरा गेम्स के बारे में मुझे बताया। तो शुरुआत में मैंने एथलेटिक्स ज्वाइन किया जिसमें डिस्कस, शॉट पुट ये सब खेलते हैं। तो मैंने नॉर्मली स्टेट खेला, तो स्टेट में मैंने गोल्ड ही जीता था, फर्स्ट टाइम था तो मैंने गोल्ड ही जीता। तो बेसिकली कोई कोच नहीं था, मैं गई वहाँ पे मैंने खेला तो मुझे गोल्ड लगा, मुझे लगा मेरा लक बहुत अच्छा है और बाई चांस मेरा लक भी बहुत अच्छा है। मैं खेलती हूँ तो मुझे जहाँ जाती हूँ मुझे अच्छे लोग और अच्छी एनवायरनमेंट मिलती है। तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग फिर मैंने नेशनल में किया, तो नेशनल मुझे वो मतलब कुछ लगा नहीं कि मैं ये है, क्योंकि मुझे कुछ अलग करना था। तो नॉर्मली फिर मुझे ना पावर लिफ्टिंग के बारे में पता चला जी। तो कहते ना जो कोई नहीं करता वो मैं करती हूँ तो लड़कियां डरती थी पावर लिफ्टिंग गेम से, क्योंकि बहुत टफ गेम है। नॉर्मली तो सब कहते कि कुछ नहीं है, पर पावर लिफ्टिंग ऐसा गेम है जो अपने चेस्ट पे पूरे वेट को लेके उसको होल्ड करके मारना, बहुत पेशेंस का काम होता है। तो बेसिकली मैंने वो स्टार्ट किया जिसमें मेरे गुरु कोच थे जोगिंदर सिंह। तो हर एक स्पोर्ट्स में कोच का होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। तो जिसमें मेरे कोच ने मुझे इस लाइन के बारे में बताया कि पावर लिफ्टिंग कैसे खेलते हैं, क्या करते हैं। तो बेसिकली मैं डरती थी थोड़ा सा बाहर के माहौल के लिए, तो उन्होंने मुझे नॉर्मली जो गेम होते हैं पावर लिफ्टिंग के, तो उसमें मैंने स्टार्ट किया। तो उसमें जब मैं स्टार्ट किया तो मुझे अच्छा लगा खेलना, मैंने खेला। लड़कियां जो थी वो डरती थी, अब तो राजकुमारी आ गई, अब तो मेरा गोल चला जाएगा। तो वहाँ से मैंने स्टार्ट करते करते फिर मैंने पैरा में स्टार्ट किया। 2017-18 मैंने नेशनल खेला जिसमें मेरा बायलक सिल्वर आया, गोल्ड का चांस था लेके तो गोल्ड आया कसम ना था, बट सिल्वर आया। पर कोई बात नहीं, कहते ना कभी कभी बड़ी चीज को पाने के लिए छोटा करना पड़ता है जी। तो वहाँ से मैंने फिर स्टार्ट किया। देन 17-18 में मेरे साथ कुछ अलग जर्नी हुई थी। मेरी जो माँ थी जो मुझे सपोर्ट करती थी, रिसेंटली वो पहले मेरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो मेरे हाथ में थोड़ा सा फ्रैक्चर आ गया, तो थोड़ा सा कहते हैं डगमगा जाते हैं। तो वहाँ पे मेरी माँ ने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया, मेरी माँ मेरे गुरुजी ने, कि कोई बात नहीं ये सब तो चलता रहता है, तू कर लेगी। तो 4 महीने मतलब मम्मी ने बहुत देख रेख की। उसके बाद 4 महीने बाद मेरी मम्मी का करेंटली एक्सीडेंट हो गया, तो वो एक्सपायर हो गए। तो कहते हैं ना थोड़ा सा आदमी टूट जाता है, जो उसका गुरु होता है वो माँ होती है। तो माँ के बाद समझ नहीं आता कि मैं छोड़ूं, क्योंकि फैमिली का भी था थोड़ा सा। फिर माँ के बाद क्या था, गुरु ब्रह्मा जो सब कुछ होते हैं, तो उन्होंने मेरे को फिर बोला तू कर सकती है। तो नॉर्मली फिर मैंने स्टार्ट की। वो दोबारा से मेरी दूसरी जर्नी थी। तो मैंने फिर अपना नेशनल में मैंने स्टेट तो खेल लिया। स्टेट में क्योंकि दिल्ली से कोई भी लड़की नहीं है पावर लिफ्टिंग में, मैं अकेली ही हूँ, तो स्टेट में गोल्ड ले लिया। नेशनल में जब गई तो नेशनल में मैंने किया, हाथ में फ्रैक्चर भी था, उसके अकॉर्डिंग मैंने, क्योंकि कहते ना कि जब हिम्मत होती है ना, जोश होता है, तो कुछ भी कर सकते, थोड़ा कम मिलेगा बट अच्छा मिलेगा। तो वहाँ पे मैंने 3rd आया, तो मैं खुश हुई कि चलो मैंने कोई 1 साल वर्कआउट नहीं किया था, फिर भी मैं अपना बेस्ट करा मैंने। वहाँ से मैंने स्टार्ट करते करते 2021 में फिर मेरा गोल्ड आया नेशनल में। वहाँ से मैंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, वहाँ से मेरे टूर लगने स्टार्ट हो गए 2021 से। तो मैंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेला, वहाँ पे बाहर गई, बाहर खेला, बाहर मेरे 4th पोजीशन आई। फिर वहाँ से मतलब मेरे ऐसे 5 इंटरनेशनल मैं खेल चुकी हूँ। तो 2023 में जब मेरा एशियन गेम में सिलेक्शन हुआ, तो मुझे एक बहुत खुशी हुई कि ऐसे मुझे अब कोर्ट मिलेगा इंडिया का, क्योंकि ये सपना होता है एक प्लेयर का कि उसको इंडिया का कोर्ट मिलता है जरूर। तो उसके लिए वो पूरी जान लगा था। मैंने तो 8 साल दिए इस गेम में। तो जब मेरे हाथ में वो इंडिया का कोर्ट आया, तो मैं पहले तो मतलब उसको गले लगा के बहुत रोई। ये मेरा मतलब वो कोर्ट है जो मैंने मेहनत से कमाया है जी। तो एक हर एक प्लेयर का ये होता है, जब उसको कोर्ट मिलता है वो खुशी होती है। तो वो कोर्ट पहना मैंने, और फिर जब मैं जीती वहाँ पे खेलने के बाद मेडल आया। मेडल जब गले में आता है ना, वो खुशी होती है कि आज मैंने अपनी मम्मी का सपना पूरा किया। मेरे मतलब फेस से यही निकला कि आज मैंने अपनी मम्मी का, अपने कोच का सपना पूरा किया जी। तो इंटरनेशनल कोच मेरे अलग हो गए, क्योंकि जो मेरे पुराने कोच थे वो जोगिंदर सिंह थे।
सवाल पूछूंगी अभी, बट अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर राजकुमारी, जो हिम्मत नहीं हारना.
मैं कभी हिम्मत नहीं हारती, चाहे कोई भी सिचुएशन आए, कभी नहीं हारती हिम्मत.
यस, सो आपसे ये हम लोगों को सीखने को मिल रहा है. और ऑल्सो कि कोई भी मौका हो उसका पूरा फ़ायदा उठाओ. जैसे हमने शुरू किया था, एक मौके की कीमत आप क्या जानो, राइट? सो जावेद, क्लोजिंग लाइंस, 30 सेकेंड्स ओनली. आपका व्हाट इज़ योर प्लान या आपका सपना क्या है फॉर पीस एजुकेशन? 30 सेकेंड्स.
मैम, जहाँ तक पीस का ताल्लुक है, ये हमने पायलट स्कूल्स में 30 पायलट स्कूल्स, एक मिसकंसेप्शन है पीस इज ओनली रिलेटेड टू वॉर. इट इज़ अ वे ऑफ लाइफ. It's the way we are celebrating our life. It is all related. Whatever we have prepared, we have delivered in our 30 pilot schools. This is not the issue related to only 3. It is issue related to all Kashmir. It is related to whole of the India, even whole of the world. They are carving for this peace, mental peace, inner peace, solace. And we have created a good modules at their level. And we have a good battery of resource persons in Kashmir in collaboration with HCL and Save the Children.
Yes.
And we can our desire is this module should be disseminated throughout the Indian children. And because we are shaping human personalities, and we are nurturing them, and tomorrow we groom them betterly, we will have a good outcome in these corporate sectors and other departments.
थैंक यू जावेद, थैंक यू. ओम प्रकाश जी, आपका सपना आगे का 30 सेकंड में बताइए, क्या आपका सपना है आगे?
आगे का सपना यही है मैं
तो ऊपर कीजिए माइक.
हेलो,
आपका सपना? हाँ जी.
हेलो.
हाँ.
आगे का सपना मैम यही है. हेलो
जी.
आगे जो पानी की जो वस्तु है, अगर हम साफ सुथरा रखेंगे इसको, तो आने वाले टाइम में पानी की कमी ना हो. पानी व्यस्त उतना यूज करा जाए जितना चाहिए. ज़्यादा पानी व्यस्त करने से हमको ही नुकसान होएगा.
ओके, थैंक यू ओम प्रकाश जी. माइक को दे दीजिएगा जी. मालती देवी, आपने अपने आप को आगे खींचा है. खेती से अब आप बिजनेस भी करती हैं. आपके साथ जो महिलाएं हैं, आपका क्या सपना है सबके लिए?
जी, मेरा सपना यही है कि जैसे हम अपना कार्य आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, कृषि से छोड़कर अभी बिजनेस कर रहे हैं, इसका मतलब एशियल फाउंडेशन से जो हमें ये कृषि यंत्र मिले हैं, इससे हम आगे की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं. तो हम यही कह रहे हैं दीदी लोगों से कि आप लोगों का आगे मतलब बढ़ना, जैसे हम आगे को बढ़ रहे हैं, तो हम कहते हैं कि दीदी लोग भी आगे बढ़ें, किसी से डरे मत, और कोई भी कुछ कहे उसे कहते रहने दीजिए और अपना काम करते रहिए. जब हम मतलब अपनी मशीनें लेकर के बाहर जाते थे, तो पुरुष लोग कहते थे कि देखो अब ये औरतें काम करती हैं, ये तो पुरुष का काम है, औरतों का नहीं है. तो मैंने कहा जो हमको तो करना है तो हम करते रहेंगे, कोई भी कुछ कहे हमसे किसी से डरना नहीं है.
किसी से डरना नहीं चाहिए. एक्सीलेंट. रश्मि, आपका सपना 30 सेकंड.
मैम, मैं चाहती हूँ जैसे मैं काम पर बाहर हूँ, वैसे सभी माएँ काम पर जाएं. कोई अपने घर में किसी का पैसे के लिए या किसी चीज़ के लिए ना हाथ फैलाए.
वंडरफुल. हाँ, सब माएँ काम पे जाएं.
मेरा सपना बहुत बड़ा सपना है. इतने कम से कम 37 ईयर्स से तो मैं काम कर रही हूँ ये फील्ड में. मेरे को बदमिस्ट्री अवार्ड लेना करके मेरा तो ख्वाहिश है, उसके लिए तो मौका ढूंढ रही हूँ. और एक सपना, मेरे होम में पढ़ा लिखा हुआ बच्चे को मैं सेकेंड लीडरशिप शुरुआत में लेके आना, वो तो लेके आ रही है ज़रूरी. मेरी उम्र 75 हो गया, मेरी कितने दिन का खतरा मालूम नहीं, कभी भी भगवान बुलाने से जा सकते हो. सेकेंड लीडरशिप तो चाहिए, उसका मेरा सपना बहुत बड़ा है.
वंडरफुल, थैंक यू. राजकुमारी, मेडल्स तो होते हैं, मेडल्स का सपना हर एथलीट को रहता है, ठीक है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम मेडल्स, आपका क्या सपना? यू आर अ पैरा एथलीट, यू आर एन इंस्पिरेशन. बाकी एथलीट्स के लिए आपका सपना क्या है?
पहले तो मैं एक चीज़ बोलना चाहती हूँ कि मैं आज यहाँ तक जो भी आई हूँ वो एचसीएल फाउंडेशन की वजह से आई हूँ। उन्होंने मेरा बहुत सपोर्ट किया यहाँ तक आने के लिए, क्योंकि एक डूबते हुए के तिनके का सहारा होता है। सो उन्होंने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया जिस वजह से मैं अपना ग्रोथ कर पाई हूँ। तो मेरा यही है कि अभी तो फ़िलहाल मैं 2028 का टारगेट लेके चल रही हूँ ओलंपिक का। उसके बाद मैं एज ए कोच बनना चाहती हूँ। जो मेरे जैसे जो बच्चे हैं जिनको ट्रेनिंग्स नहीं मिलती हैं, मैं उनको ट्रेनिंग्स देना चाहती हूँ। आज भी बहुत ऐसे पैरा वाले बच्चे हैं जिनको सपोर्ट कहीं नहीं मिलता है, ट्रेनिंग नहीं मिलती है, तो मैं उन बच्चों को ट्रेनिंग कराना चाहती हूँ पावर लिफ्टिंग की।
वंडरफुल, थैंक यू सो मच। मेरा सपना यही है कि आपके सारे सपने कायम हो एंड जो आपकी ज़िंदगी से दूसरों को जो जिनको वो बिलीफ नहीं है अपने आप में, उनको आप मार्गदर्शन दिखाइए। आप लोग रोल मॉडल्स बनिए, क्योंकि आप हैं तो हम हैं। या सो एंड थैंक यू सो मच HCL फाउंडेशन, ऑलवेज अ प्लेजर टू मॉडरेट दिस पैनल। जैसे मैंने बोला, ये सारे सितारे ज़मीन पे आज उतरे हुए हैं हमारे साथ। सो बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर ऑल द सिताराज हियर। थैंक यू। जोरदार तालियां।
हेलो, सॉरी एवरीवन, बट एक्चुअली आपकी तालियों से हम लोगों का जोश बढ़ेगा। सो प्लीज जोरदार तालियां बजाइए सब लोग।
Huge round of applause for the
एक हमारे
entire panel
गेस्ट
members.
के लिए और हमारे HCL फाउंडेशन के लिए जो हम सबको सपोर्ट करते हैं, प्लीज जोरदार तालियां। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू ऑल द पैनल। सुन करके मतलब बहुत खुशी होती है, आप लोग यहाँ तक पहुँचे और आगे बढ़ेंगे। इसी के साथ मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगी सूरज जी को, फाउंडर प्लैनेट अर्थ, टू प्लीज़ कम ऑन दी स्टेज एंड डू दी ऑनर्स। I would request Mr. Suraj, founder Planet Earth, to please come on the stage and do the honors. Yeah, do the honors to Noori Amma and Rashmi ji, please. The claps should continue. I'll also request Ms. Pankaja, CEO Male Joel, to please come on the stage and do the honors. Request you to honor Malti Devi and Om Prakash ji. Now I would request Mr. Pradyut, founder Dribble Academy, to please come on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Request you to please honor Mr. Javed. Also, please honor Ms. Rajkumari. Okay. To Javed ji. And I'll request Ms. Pankaja to please honor Ms. Payal. Thank you for taking this session. Can you all please gather for a group picture? Requesting Nidhi ma'am to please come on the stage and join us for the group photograph. Also requesting Ms. Simi Suri to please join for the group photograph. Requesting everyone to please move forward and capture the front seats. The seats look very empty and it is very discouraging for the members who are speaking. If you can please come forward and sit near the stage area. Thank you for the lovely panel.
Thank you, panel. Thank you, leaders, for joining for that picture. Thanks for the amazing panel. We now move on to the last panel in the series, the panel discussion titled Future Forward HCL Foundation Towards Viksit Bharat at 2047, that will explore the visionary roadmap and strategic initiatives of HCL Foundation. The panelists will discuss various projects and programs that focus on sustainable development, community empowerment, and social innovation. Let me invite, first of all, again, another familiar face at HCL Foundation, Mr. Sanjay Gupta, Director, Chetna. He would be moderating the session.
Can we have Shubham here to escort Rajkumari? Shubham, if you can come quickly on the right side of the stage. Yeah, please continue.
Right. Mr. Sanjay Gupta is a devoted social activist with 24 years of experience in the field of developmental work and the founder of Chetna. He is an engineering graduate from Pantnagar University and represents many government and non-government committees responsible for ensuring children's rights.
Can we have a picture of the team, please? Cameraman, if you can have a picture of the team, please.
I also invite on the stage Ms. Jaddu Santoshi Nair, Treasurer, Animal Warrior Conservation Society, Mr. Suraj Abraham, co-founder Planet Earth, Dr. Bhanu, Secretary, Purvanchal Gramin Vikas Sanstha, and Ms. Pankaja Shirsagar, CEO, Meljol. Ms. Santoshi Nair, Treasurer, Animal Warrior Conservation Society, Mr. Suraj Abrahams, co-founder Planet Earth, Dr. Bhanu, Secretary, Purvanchal Gramin Vikas Sanstha, and Ms. Pankaja Shirsagar, CEO, Meljol. Okay. I beg your pardon. Can we also have Amarnath from Animal Warrior Conservation Society? Team, we know that it's late and we are all waiting for lunch. However, this is an interesting session for all of us. Looking forward to the ways in HCL Foundation it will grow. I request everyone, HCL Foundation team in particular, to kindly stay back for this session. Also requesting everyone in the villages to come forward. I know it's sunny and you have made yourself comfortable under the villages, but please pay attention to the session closely. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sanjay ji.
Yeah, thank you. तो या बिल्कुल सर, आप बिल्कुल निश्चिंत रहें, एकदम बढ़िया होने वाला है, शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट। तो हुआ ये कि कार्यक्रम चला, थोड़ा सा बढ़ा, इंटरेस्टिंग था, आगे बढ़ता गया, देन पीपल हैव टू लीव फॉर लंच, दैट इज़ एब्सोल्युटली ए नेचर कॉल, तो उसमें कोई इशू नहीं है। पर जितनी कुर्सियां अभी भी दिख रही हैं, तो पैनलिस्ट, एक तो आपको उत्साह नहीं खोना है, तो एक बार पैनलिस्ट के लिए पहले तालियां बजाइए। खाली ऑडियंस को हम अगर एड्रेस कर रहे हैं तो ये उनके लिए एक ब्रेवरी। और जितने लोग बैठे हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ कि अप्रोक्सीमेटली इफ आई कैन एस्टिमेट देयर आर अराउंड 350 पीपल। तो आई थिंक किसी भी डिस्कशन को सुनने के लिए इससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत नहीं है। तो हम सीधा अपनी बात शुरू करते हैं। और पता नहीं क्यों मुझे लगा कि आज जब हम इतनी अच्छी धूप में यहाँ बैठे हैं, तो लेट मी स्टार्ट विद सेशन स्टार्ट विद ऑडियंस के लिए। अब हवाएं ही करेंगी रोशनी का फैसला। ये रोशनी जी वो वाली नहीं है जो आप सोच रहे हैं। अब हवाएं ही करेंगी रोशनी का फैसला, जिस दिए में जान होगी वो रह जाएगा। तो जितने दिए अभी यहाँ टिमटिमा रहे हैं, इनके लिए एक बार हम जोरदार अपने लिए तालियां बजा लेते हैं कि आपने पूरी शिद्दत से लास्ट पैनल तक का इंतजार किया है। और मुझे लगता है कि हम बहुत अच्छा एक डिस्कशन यहाँ करेंगे, शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट, 15 मिनट 20 मिनट की बात हुई है। पंकज जी, आपसे शुरू करते हैं। और हमें ये आइडिया है कि आप ने ग्रांट जीती थी, आई थिंक 23 में, 17 में जीती थी, तो पहली पार्टनर है। एक बार इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। 2017 की हमारी ग्रांट विनर मेलजोल की निदेशिका अभी हमारे साथ बैठी है। आपसे सवाल शुरू करते हैं। आप सबको ये आइडिया है कि हम लोग अभी बात करने वाले हैं कि विकसित भारत है, 2047 का सपना लेके पूरी टीम, एंटायर कंट्री, इन द लीडरशिप ऑफ आवर प्राइम मिनिस्टर, वी आर मूविंग फॉरवर्ड। सो definitely there are certain roles expected from the NGOs, from the corporates, everyone. But here we have a focus upon the corporate, which is basically HCL Foundation. तो उसके बारे में बात करते हैं। आप हमें ये बताएं कि कितने समय से आपकी HCL के साथ, फाउंडेशन के साथ आपकी दोस्ती है, और क्या स्ट्रेंथ देखी हैं आपने HCL फाउंडेशन के काम में? बी स्पेसिफिक, अभी हम NGOs और उसके बारे में बात नहीं करेंगे, 2 मिनट का समय आपके पास।
श्योर। सो नमस्ते, मेरा नाम पंकजा है और मैं मेलजोल को हेड करती हूँ। सबसे पहले HCL को बहुत मुबारकबाद देना चाहती हूँ कि उन्होंने इस तरह का एक सेटअप हमारे लिए तैयार किया। आई नो इट इज़ लॉट ऑफ हार्ड वर्क एंड इट्स लुकिंग सो कलरफुल एंड सो ब्राइट एंड वेरी फेस्टिव। इट फील्स गुड।
जी, एक बार जोरदार तालियां HCL फाउंडेशन के लिए। बस अब सीधा सवाल पे आ जाते हैं और आपसे जो पूछा गया सवाल कि क्या-क्या स्ट्रेंथ है आपने HCL फाउंडेशन की देखी हैं?
सो यही मेरे ख्याल से मैं यही व्यक्त करना चाहूँगी कि जितना कलरफुल ये मंच लग रहा है या स्टेज लग रहा है, इतना ही कलरफुल हमारा और HCL का पार्टनरशिप रहा है। मैं बोलूँगी 2017 से हम HCL के साथ पार्टनर कर रहे हैं। मेरे ख्याल से सबसे पहला है कि विश्वास जो फाउंडेशन ने हमें दिखाया, मेलजोल में जो दिखाया, जो मेलजोल के मॉडल में दिखाया, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। मेलजोल की
ये जो फाउंडेशन है ट्रस्ट करती है NGOs पे। जी,
ऑफ कोर्स। और एक बहुत कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच है, ना कि एक हाई चेयर में बैठ के खाली एडवाइजरी देना। सोल्यूशन फाइंडिंग, मेलजोल का काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग ड्यू डिलिजेंस हुआ था जब हमें ग्रांट मिला था, लेकिन परफेक्ट तो कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है। सो इस पार्टनरशिप के थ्रू मुझे लगता है कि हमने हमारे सिस्टम स्ट्रेंथन किए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो 3 साल का कंसिस्टेंट सपोर्ट हमें मिला, दैट अलाउड अस टू डू लॉट ऑफ एक्सपेरिमेंट्स इन द फील्ड। यू नो, बहुत सारे अच्छे प्रैक्टिसेस उसमें से इमर्ज हुए और नए इनिशिएटिव्स भी इमर्ज हुए। सो वो स्ट्रेंथ है पार्टनरशिप की। और मेरे ख्याल से जो कंसिस्टेंटली एक कि सेकेंड लाइन या यंग लीडर्स जब हम देखते हैं इस फोरम में, और जब HCL जैसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यंग लीडर्स लाइक मी में विश्वास रखते हैं, तो इट फील्स गुड एंड वी कैन यू नो टेक अहेड द एनर्जीज।
बहुत अच्छा आपने कहा। और पंकज जी, मैं एक बात, भाई तालियां तो बनती हैं। देखिए, अगर HCL के लिए इतनी बात कही गई है तो तालियां बनती हैं कि आपने एक सिस्टम स्ट्रेंथिंग में हेल्प किया, लीडरशिप के बारे में आप बात करते हो। और जैसे तो मैं तो कई फोरम पे कह चुका हूँ कि कई बार आपको ग्रांट, एडिशनल ग्रांट भी मिल जाती हैं अगर आपके सिस्टम अच्छे हों। तो बहुत धन्यवाद पंकजा, हम आपके पास आएंगे, निराश मत होइएगा। आप जितने ऑडियंस बैठे हैं, आपके लिए एक अनाउंसमेंट है। अब आपको बहुत अटेंटिव होकर सुनना है, क्योंकि हमने कुछ प्राइज़ की व्यवस्था की है। जो बाद में एक स्टेटमेंट हमने दिया, आपने पढ़ लिया होगा, हमने भेजा था आपको सबको एक सेंटेंस पूरा करना है। जो सेंटेंस को पूरा करेगा उसके लिए गिफ्ट है इफ्रा की तरफ से और सेफ सोसाइटी। जरा एक बार यहाँ दिखा दीजिए क्या गिफ्ट है भाई, इफ्रा के टीम मेंबर। और एक गिफ्ट आप सबको मिलने वाली है। ला रहे कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है, ले आइए फटाफट, क्योंकि अनाउंसमेंट हो चुका है और पीपल विल बी वेटिंग। तो मैं आपके पास आता हूँ सर, अब आपके पास आप यू आर कंफर्टेबल इन हिंदी इंग्लिश? ओके। तो आपका नाम नहीं डाला, सॉरी, आई एम सो सॉरी। भानु, अमरनाथ, सॉरी, नाम रख दीजिए प्लीज़ इनका। तो अमरनाथ जी, आपसे ये सवाल है कि वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट यू हैव अ पार्टनरशिप स्पेशली एट द कोस्टल एरिया। आई थिंक वी हैड Yeah, so I would like to know that what kind of strength does this partnership bring at the local level, especially when we are talking about the government officials, authorities. How did you find this partnership with HCL working in that direction?
Firstly, I wanted to say that HCL itself is a brand. And when we take this brand on our back and go in front of any government officials or any organizations, they see us that these guys are serious in what they are actually doing, and also they are accountable what they actually make any impact. Okay. And reaching to those organizations.
ब्रांड का fear नहीं होता आपको?
एक्चुअली नहीं होता
और होना भी नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि देखिए दो संस्थाएं होती हैं। तो जैसे अगर इफ वी सेइंग HCL इज ए ब्रांड, सो योर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज एज यू नो इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट, दिस इज आल्सो ए ब्रांड। तो जब 2 ब्रांड मिल जाते हैं, डेफिनेटली उसका संगम जो है बहुत अभूतपूर्व होता होगा। यू वांट टू ऐड एनीथिंग अबाउट कोलैबोरेशन?
About the collaboration also, see, I mean, like we started as a small group of individuals in 2019, and after partnering with HCL, we started increasing our strengths in sort of like how an NGO should be maintained, the systems in the NGO, accounts, audits, leaderships, how it has to be. Everything was improved when we actually collaborated with the HCL.
ओके ग्रेट, थैंक यू सो मच सर। तो एक बार जोरदार इनके लिए भी तालियां होनी चाहिए। बहुत अच्छी बात इन्होंने बताई कि जो कैसे जो कोलैबोरेटिव है और खासकर जो ये विश्वास है विच इज़ विजिबल also at the state level when authorities are seeing that there is a brand involved, there are people involved, there are good NGOs involved, definitely the collaboration comes as a brownie. तो अब समय आ चुका है एक शेर पढ़ने का और 15 मिनट की मुझे वैसे बात याद है, आप चिंता नहीं करिएगा। हार हो जाती है जब मान लिया जाता है, हार हो जाती है जब मान लिया जाता है, जीत तब होती है जब ठान लिया जाता है। तो जीतने के लिए ही ये जो सारी बातें हैं, और जब मैं अभी पहले जो सेशन था और मैम को सुन रहा था, शी हैड ए विश कि मुझे एक्नॉलेजमेंट मिले एट द मिनिस्ट्री लेवल। आई थिंक आपको जरूर मिलेगा, देयर इज नो नथिंग, मतलब आप बहुत कम समय है, आपको बहुत जल्दी मिलेगा। इसी बीच में इफ्रा से हमारे साथी लेके आ गए, एक बार फ्लावर सबको दिखा दीजिए क्या मिलने वाला है गिफ्ट में, एक बार दिखा दीजिए ताकि उनका हौसला बढ़ेगा। ये आपको मिलेगा अगर आपने सही से जवाब दिया, और ये थैला जो है आपको सेफ सोसाइटी की तरफ से एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली चिकन करी का जो है आपको मिलेगा। सूरज साहब आपकी तरफ आते हैं और आपसे पूछते हैं कि जैसे कि अब हम देख रहे हैं कि इंडिया की जो भूमिका है, पहले जब वी वर टॉकिंग एंड वी वर सेइंग कि इंडिया एक डेवलपिंग कंट्री है, अब धीरे धीरे टैग चेंज होने की पूरी संभावना बन गई है। एक बार मैं जोरदार अपने पहले भारत के सभी लोगों के लिए तालियां बजवाना चाहता हूं, सारी मिनिस्ट्रीज़ के लिए, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स के लिए, हमारे कॉरपोरेट्स के लिए, एनजीओज़ के लिए, लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छा काम हो रहा है। ऐसे में जबकि ट्रांजिशन हो रहा है फ्रॉम डेवलपिंग टू डेवलप, आप HCL का रोल कैसे देखते हैं?
That's a very big question, and the time is very limited. I think what HCL is doing already is phenomenal, because if you look at the teams that have gathered here today, it's probably every sector from the development side, whether it's is focusing on education, health or environment. I think already HCL is doing phenomenal work, and I would be the last person to say that HCL has to do
इतनी
more.
मॉडेस्टी के बाद भी कुछ तो कहना पड़ेगा आपको।
I don't know. I mean, like, I think HCL has a presence in every state right now. Just a few states are left, so probably those states should be included. That's the maximum I can say.
Okay. तो इसमें अभी हम पब्लिक के पास भी आएंगे, ये सवाल खुले हैं। अभी जब आपको अगर वो फ्लावर और काफ़ी बात हुई और हम लोग पुराने दोस्त पे निकले, बहुत धन्यवाद आपने समय दिया उस समय। जैसे कि अभी हमने बात करी है कि विकसित भारत का सपना लेकर चल रहे हैं, 47 तक का लक्ष्य रखा है, SDG भी सामने खड़े हैं, गोल्स भी सामने खड़े हैं, अपना सिस्टम भी सामने है। ऐसे में अगर हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कोई ऐसी स्ट्रेंथ या स्ट्रगल्स हैं जो आप देखते हैं जिसको HCL फाउंडेशन को ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, या ऐसे कोई ब्लॉक्स या ऐसी कोई चीज़ें जो आपको लगता है कि इनको ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा अगर आगे बढ़ना है?
थैंक यू संजय जी। मुझे लगता है कि HCL को तो मैं 2014 से जानता हूँ, क्योंकि हमारे बहुत सारे मित्र इसके साथ जुड़े हैं, और निधि जी के बारे में मैं अपने पुराने मित्रों से सुनता रहा हूँ दिल्ली में। तो ये पूरा प्रोसेस इस तरह का है, जो कमियां थी हमारे डेवलपमेंट प्रोसेस में एक तरह से देखा जाए, उनको दिमाग में रख करके शुरुआत हुई इसकी। और जैसे हम कहते हैं 2-3 चीज़ें हैं अप्रोच को लेकर के, कि ये एक इंटरजनरेशनल अप्रोच है, एक लाइफ साइकिल अप्रोच है, इंटरसेक्टोरल अप्रोच है। इनफैक्ट ये बैरियर्स हैं सारे के सारे, जो डेवलपमेंट बैरियर्स के रूप में हम लोग देखते हैं, और इन्हीं डेवलपमेंट बैरियर्स को जब हम नहीं समझते हैं तो हम पीस मील में डेवलपमेंट की बात करते हैं, विच HCL हैज स्टार्टेड सिंस बिगिनिंग। तभी अगर हम समुदाय की बात करें, जिसके बारे में हम ज़्यादा जानते हैं, तो 6 सेक्टर में काम शुरू हुआ, और हर सेक्टर के बीच कैसे उसको कनेक्ट किया जाए, हर थ्रेड को कनेक्ट किया जाए, ताकि वो एक माला के रूप में दिखे, न कि अलग अलग मोहताज है जो गांव है उसके हर सेगमेंट को टच किया जाए। वो चाहे बच्चा हो, चाहे बड़ा हो, चाहे बूढ़ा हो, इवन चैलेंज्ड लोग हों, जितने भी मेंटली चैलेंज्ड हों, किसी भी तरह के लोग हों, सबको एक साथ जोड़ करके लेके चला जाए। देन ओनली समथिंग न्यू कैन हैपन, एंड जिसको कहते हैं कि एक माहौल बनेगा और एक अभियान के रूप में वो काम लेगा। तो जो प्रोग्राम शुरू हुआ HCL का, उस शुरुआती दौर से एक अभियान के रूप में हुआ, जो हमारे विकसित भारत के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। और वो कहते हैं कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत उस आत्मनिर्भर भारत में आत्मा कैसे जुड़ेगी, आई थिंक दैट वाज द बेसिक
बिल्कुल
थिंग।
बिल्कुल। और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत सारे मॉडल भी जो HCL फाउंडेशन ने खड़े किए हैं उनको अब एक रेप्लिका के रूप में प्रेजेंट करने की ज़रूरत है भारत सरकार को भी, जो बहुत अच्छे मॉडल हैं। आई थिंक वो आने वाले समय में डेफिनेटली हैं, उनमें जो है मॉडल वो डल सकते हैं। तो ये मेरा पहला राउंड था आप सबके साथ, मैं आपके बाद दोबारा आऊँगा। अब राउंड है हमारे ऑडियंस हैं। कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, सुना है आप लोगों ने? तो अब इसको पूरा करना है। कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, विकसित भारत उद्देश्य की प्राप्ति के लिए HCL फाउंडेशन को डैश 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 करना होगा। जिसके पास उत्तर है वो हाथ उठाएं। आपके पास फ्लावर और आपके पास आ रहे हैं सर, दीजिए माइक दीजिए। माइक वाले कहाँ गए हमारे साथी? फटाफट दीजिए, अनाउंसमेंट है। और सईद जो है हमारे पीछे बैठे हैं। अच्छा सईद खुद नहीं मिलेगा आपको, प्लीज़ खुद नहीं ले सकते हैं आप, आपको उनका मिल जाएगा, सेफ वालों का देंगे आपको, ठीक है? माइक दीजिएगा प्लीज़ जल्दी से। एक माइक और अगर उसमें तैयार रखें। 10 मिनट का 5 मिनट का समय मेरे पास और बचा है। सर बताएं, बहुत शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट सर, सिर्फ वाक्य पूरा करना है आपने। सर इंग्लिश वो सॉरी माइक ऑन कर लीजिए।
ऑन है।
कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, क्या?
हाँ वो तो समझ गया मैं। एक्टिंग एज इफेक्टिव ब्रिज
जी
between different stakeholders at national and international level for
Okay.
for समाज सरकार एंड बाजार।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। 10 शब्द आपके पूरे हो गए और आपको जाता है एक फ्लावर। सईद भाई आप प्लीज अपने हाथों से फ्लावर दें सर को। और किसी ने हाथ खड़ा किया है? आइए पीछे पीछे की तरफ देखिए आप भी। हाँ पायल जी आगे जी प्लीज।
थैंक यू। कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल, मैं गा तो नहीं सकती, ख्याल आता है कि HCL फाउंडेशन शुड रियली मूव फॉरवर्ड एंड सर्व एज।
निधि जी इस पे थोड़ा विचार करना चाहिए आपको, और खासकर जो ये लर्निंग हो रही है इसको ना वाइडर फोरम पे खोलना चाहिए। और जो और CSRs हैं उनके साथ भी हमें अब इस तरह का एक जो है प्रोसेस शुरू करना चाहिए। पायल जी बहुत धन्यवाद। पायल जी को भी एक बार फूल देके सम्मानित किया जाए। आपकी चॉइस है, आप फूल लें या थैला लें। आगे बताएं कौन है पीछे की तरफ? एक वहाँ गया पीछे 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 वो माइक गया सर, बताइए।
हेलो हेलो
बताइए सर, बोलिए, आवाज़ आ रही है।
कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि HCL फाउंडेशन को भी और समृद्ध बनाना है।
सर उसको कैसे समृद्ध बनाएंगे? HCL फाउंडेशन तो खुद ही पैसे ले रही है, आप उसको समृद्ध कैसे बनाएंगे? थोड़ा उत्तर दीजिए।
नहीं, HCL में एक्टिविटी डिवोशन चाहिए, आपको ग्रेट डिटर्मिनेशन होना चाहिए।
ओके।
सारी चीजें का कॉम्बिनेशन करके ही समृद्ध बनाया।
ओके, आपका भाव अच्छा है, हमने आपके भाव के ऊपर आपको फूल देते हैं। आप प्लीज उनको देके आइए। उधर सईद भाई बहुत तेजी से दौड़ना पड़ेगा, वो पीछे वो देखिए वो बैठ गए यहाँ पे माइक। और बताइए कौन बात करना चाहता है? कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, आपको गैप को फिल करना है। जवाब बताओ, थैला पाओ, फूल पाओ, बताइए कौन बोलेगा? ठीक है, अभी आप इतने सोच के रखिए। मैं हाँ सर एक और आ गए हैं हमारे पीछे, इनको दीजिए। नहीं थैला नहीं, अभी पहले जवाब तो आ जाए। इनको दीजिए। अरे आप फ्लावर में लग गए सब, प्लीज। हाँ बताइए।
HCL फाउंडेशन ने हमको फ्रीडम दिया है कि जो काम हम करना चाहते थे वो करने के लिए फ्रीडम दिया है।
ओके।
वही फ्रीडम हम हमारे टारगेट ग्रुप्स को दें और वो भी अपने आप सस्टेनेबल बनने में हम एक रास्ता दिखाएं कि वो भी विकसित भारत में भाग होंगे।
ओके, थैंक यू, दैट्स अ वेरी गुड पॉइंट, थैंक यू सो मच। तो यही मेरा कंक्लूडिंग रिमार्क मैम आपसे। पंकज जी आप क्या चाहती हैं? कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, यहाँ से पहले बोलना पड़ेगा आपको, फिर बताना पड़ेगा।
कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि जैसे हम सबको HCL ने एक प्लेटफॉर्म दिया है, वैसे ही HCL की मदद से मैं मेरे संस्था की मदद से हमारे बच्चे और युवकों को ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म दूं ताकि वो विकसित भारत की जर्नी में शामिल हो।
एक्सीलेंट, थैंक यू सो मच पंकज जी। आप सर बताएं। अमरनाथ।
कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ये ख्याल आता है कि HCL हमारा देश को इंटरनेशनली क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट में लीड करे।
वाह, एक्सीलेंट, बहुत बढ़िया सर। ये ख्याल आपका जरूर पूरा होगा। मैम आपका भी होगा, बताएं सर।
कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि HCL whatever they're doing right now, it should be the compendium is there of course and you have the coffee table book, but there is a lot of research possibilities as well in the NGO work that is going on. By collaborating with universities, it can be documented and internships on the academic level can be brought in. I think there's a lot of learning that should be documented.
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया। रिसर्च की बहुत जरूरत है और R&D जितना अच्छा है अगर हम उसको ठीक से करके पेश करें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर तो बहुत अच्छा आउटकम आएगा। सर आपका।
कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि HCL जो गैप्स हैं उनको फुलफिल करने के लिए आगे आए, और मुझे लगता है कि इट्स लीडिंग आल्सो टुवर्ड्स एंड शोइंग द पाथ टू अदर कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर। और उसमें जो मिसिंग लिंक है हमारा, जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है कि डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स और ह्यूमन बींग्स के बीच में स्पिरिचुअलिज्म कैसे हम इंट्रोड्यूस करें, एंड दैट इज द सोल्यूशन फॉर द एंटायर।
ओके, थैंक यू सो मच। तो एक ऑफिस जो है आप वहाँ पे कश्मीर के पहाड़ी पे बनवाइए आप लोग जल्दी से, हम लोग स्पिरिचुअल उसके लिए भी आएंगे। थैंक यू सर। आपका लास्ट है पान जी, आपसे कंक्लूड करेंगे। आप किसी को फूल नहीं चाहिए था जी।
अंकुर फूटा पौध बना, पेड़ फलों से है अब लदा, इन फूलों से और पौध लगाएं, एक सुंदर उद्यान बनाएं।
वाह क्या बात है। विद दैट नोट आई वुड लाइक टू से, मैं भी अपनी बोल देता हूँ, कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि ये सेशन अब बंद हो जाए और हम खाना खाने जाएं। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
Thank you, dear panel members, and thank you for putting the visionary roadmap in a musical and very engaging way. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Syed Ahmed, founder IFRA, to please come on the stage and do the honors. I will also request Mr. Sanjeev, CEO, Aided Foundation, to please come on these Aided Action, to please come on the stage and do the honors. Mr. Syed Ahmed, request you to please honor Ms. Santoshi Nair. Amarnath ji, Mr. Suraj Abraham, can we have a huge round of applause? I would request Mr. Sanjeev. Sir, request you to please honor Dr. Bhanu and Ms. Pankaja. Can we all please clap for the panel members? And to Mr. Suraj Abraham. And also if you can honor our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Gupta. Yes. And requesting Syed ji to please honor Dr. Bhanu. Requesting you all to please gather for a group picture. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Next up, one thing that kept running on the side of the show throughout the duration of the conclave, throughout the duration of Partnering for Change, was the running tea, coffee, kahwa, and the cookies. Agreed? Yes? All of you enjoyed those? Can we make some noise? Right? So where did all those stuff come from? It was all made by our Didis from the Zing and Zest producer group, formed under the My eHeart special initiative of HCL Foundation. Can I invite Didi? आप लोग सब stage पर आ जाइए, हमारे Zing and Zest group की सारी दीदियाँ. Can I also invite Dr. Nidhi Pundir to kindly honor the Didis for their constant support throughout the entire duration of the event. Zing and Zest producer group also has a bakery at the campus, HCLTech Noida campus. Can we make some noise and put our hands together for the continuous support all these Didis have been supporting us through the event duration. Yeah, can I please request Dr. Nidhi to honor all the Didis? तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, तालियों में कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए. They have tirelessly toiled to ensure that all of us are kept warm. Thank you so much. Can we have a group picture? Nidhi, if you can come to the center. Thank you. These Didis had a self-help group which was then transformed into a producer group. The Zing and Zest producer group that has a bakery at the HCLTech Noida campus. Lot of kudos and thanks to all the Didis. आप सबों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपके Thank you so much. Can I request Dr. Nidhi to stay back on the stage? No, felicitations. Thank you, Didis. आप लोग आ सकते हैं नीचे. Thank you. Can I have Shahbaz on the stage, please? My dear colleague and friend Shahbaz. There is a surprise that is planned by Shahbaz for all of us. Thank you. Over to you, Shahbaz.
वो कहते हैं ना कि वक्त को गुजरते वक्त नहीं लगता, और बहुत आसानी से गुजर गया. It's truly a pleasure to be here at this inspiring gathering for Partnering for Change. And today, I would like to take an opportunity to thank all the change makers, visionaries, and passionate collaborators, because we all are working towards a beautiful change that we are looking forward to. कहते हैं ना कि सफ़र खूबसूरत है मंजिल से भी, लेकिन इस सफ़र को खूबसूरत बनाने में कई लोगों का हाथ रहा है. So let's welcome the organizers on the stage. आइए आइए, छुक 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 नहीं, स्पीड से. So the organizing committee consists of comms team, HR team, logistic team, agenda team, finance, backstage team, and of course the MCs. आवाज़ें ज़रूरी हैं. Thank you for your energy and commitment. So PFC, as we have known, this is where innovation meets action, and the ripple effects our collaboration to shape the beautiful world of tomorrow. And now I'd like to invite Dr. Nidhi Pudhe and Sumisuri for the vote of thanks and special comments for the people and us to shine and aspire more and bring a more better world and moving towards a more successful journey. So, आलोक सर, प्लीज. सर से गुजारिश करूंगा कि एक शायरी से शुरुआत करें, क्योंकि हम सभी जानते हैं कि कितनी प्यारी बातें और कितने सहज तरीके से बताते हैं. तो I would like to request him for a sweet शायरी, please sir. Over to you.
Okay, thanks Shabaz. कारवा गुजर गया गुबार देखते रह गए. Just Nidhi started with Karwa. So first of all, big thanks to all our partners who joined us over these 3 days, coming from various regions under very cold circumstances. Thanks to you. It's your enthusiasm and your commitment gives us energy all the year round. So a big thanks to all our partners who have joined us from all over India. And secondly, to all our team members who are here from all over, again from all parts of India, and a fabulous set of people who have delivered with commitment, with passion and enthusiasm all the year round, and which is on display here in the Partners for Change. And the commitment of the entire team is evident here in the way this has been organized, this has been conducted, and the way people have interacted and got to know each other and got to know the projects, the various circumstances that we are working in and that our partners are working in. So big round of applause to entire HCL Foundation fraternity and the organizing team. In terms of the environment that we had, thanks to weather gods, over 3 days we were anticipating rain or shine or hail or whatever, but it was sunny over the 2 days. So thanks to weather gods, they have blessed us, and I think that's indicative of entire HCL fraternity. The gods are very kind on us. So So that is for that, and this entire beautiful campus, which we saw all in all its glory, and the HCLTech people who have committed and delivered to us this beautiful campus, and the way they organized and supported us, because it was very hectic logistically. There were at each stage there were challenges and there were a lot of compliances, but they facilitated us in this way. The HCL Customs teams, HCL SEZ team, the admin team. So all of them deserve a big round of applause. So thanks to HCLTech, all these teams, and of course the finance team, the procurement team. They had one of the toughest job. 400 people screaming at them, get this, get that. So a big job, and thanks to the procurement team. And the last, I would definitely acknowledge the spirit that the entire fraternity of HCL and its extended people have shown over these 3 days. And of course, this all stems from our leadership. They were here, they gave us the direction. Roshni, CVK, Ram, all of them came, and we are very thankful to all of them for showing us guiding light again and again every year like they have been doing. So it was great thanks due to them, and it is because of their guidance that we are able to do this again and again and year on year with ever increasing set of people in our partnership fold. And of course, we are able to take our initiatives far and wide to each corner of India. So a great thanks. And lastly, great thanks to Nidhi for being there through all this. And so this beautiful setup would not have been possible without the labor that she has put in over the nights. Apart from the team working, she is front lines and the fire. So great thanks, Nidhi, for your commitment and your guidance. And thank you all. And in the last, to our own team who beautifully managed this entire setup. Great. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip!
शुक्रिया सर.
दुखाओं में दिल जाते जाते तेरा मेरा ऐसा कोई इरादा नहीं, इसी मिलने के वादे के साथ फिर मुलाकात होगी कभी. Let's meet again on PFC. बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you for being here and keeping us encouraged.
थैंक यू सो मच. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए हम सबों के लिए जिन्होंने पिछले 2.5 दिनों में so much we have done together, so much we have achieved together. Thank you so much. Couple of announcements from my side. All the NGO partner teams are requested to proceed for lunch at Cafe 3. HCL Foundation team is requested, those who have not taken the kits. By the way, I am reminded of all the selfies that you guys have taken, have been put up as a collage and a mashup on the screen. All of you can see yourself. Thank you for actively engaging yourself into this activity. I hope you find yourself on the screen. Let's give a big round of applause for our communications team as well, as they helped a lot for making this possible. Thank you. So I request the HCL Foundation team, whoever has not been able to get the registration kit, kindly head to Narmada to get your kit. All the NGO partners are requested to head for lunch at Cafe 3. Once you have collected the kits, I am also being reminded that the flags of all the NGOs logos had been put up. If you wish, you can take your flags along with you. Our team can help you getting those flags off the poles. Please feel free to reach out to our teams around. Another announcement for the HCL Foundation team. The auctions for SPL 2025 will be happening shortly. Again at Cafe 3, the auction for SPL will happen after lunch. Yogesh ji, if you would want to tell a little bit more about it.
All those teams who want to be part of that.
Right. All interested to be a part of the auction for the SPL 2025 are HCL Foundation team members. This is limited to HCL Foundation team members. All those who wish to be part of SPL 2025 may kindly head to Cafe 3 post lunch for the auctions, please. Thank you so much. See you next year. Wish you a very happy New Year, a happy Makar Sankranti. Stay blessed. Thank you so much.